Welcome to Today at Keeneland. Scott Hazelton alongside Gabby Gaudette as we get set for this Sunday of Fall Stars weekend. Plenty of big races ahead of us here today, Gabby, highlighted by the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster and the returning champion Latruska defending her title versus a filly who likes Keeneland equally as much in Malathaat.
You know, I think this is a tale of two different stories. Malathaat, she's been pretty dominant this year. She's put on some amazing performances, whereas Latruska, we've kind of seen peaks and valleys from her and a little bit more inconsistent this year than what we've been accustomed to. And I think sometimes it's by the nature of her speed and people with a target on her back, right, and wanting to go after her. So I think, you know, Latruska might have a little bit more proving to do, whereas Malathaat, you know, she's the horse to beat. Today, she's the one with the target on her back.
Also, we got the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, which is a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win, and you're in as well. So a lot going on here today. Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. So 3 stakes races we look forward to on this first Sunday of the meets here during the fall meeting here at Keeneland Racecourse. But before we start taking a look towards this 10-race card, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday. In the Woodford, Golden Pal remained perfect. Speaking of horses that love Keeneland, now 4 for 4. On his way to another Breeders' Cup run. Can he pick up a third Breeders' Cup victory, a second one here at Keeneland Racecourse? He was dazzling away from the gate, and that's been his primary weapon, is that good gate speed, the Keeneland sales graduate. And then how about Slammed, the New Mexico bred mare coming in and winning the TCA, stamping her ticket to the Breeders' Cup. And her connections are saying they're going to supplement her. $200,000 is what's going to cost to supplement her, but it looks like they're committed to the Breeders' Cup and the filly and mare sprint.
They should. After that performance, I think she's one of the top contenders for the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint. Here's a look at an Italian. She beat Regal Glory, who was a heavy favorite yesterday, and taking him gate to wire under Joel Rosario, a very shrewd ride.
Forte, winner of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. This is one that people will talk about for some time. There was the objection. You can see the contact that was made there with Loggins, who was so game down on the inside in just his second career race. The stewards took a look at it, but they left Forte up. The Keeneland sales graduate, now a 2-time Grade 1 winner. And we'll look at Annapolis, the 3-year-old son of Warfront, for Ramona Bass, beating Elders as a 3-year-old in the Coolmore Turf Mile and looking good in doing so.
That's hard to do. I don't care what time of the year. It is hard for a 3-year-old to beat older company, and he did do that. A good day for trainer Todd Pletcher. Good day for Irad Ortiz Jr. Todd Pletcher with 2 yesterday. Irad with 3 total so far at the meet.
So Irad on top, T. Pletch on top in the trainer standings in the very early days of the fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. But let's check in now with our friends at WKYT for the Sunday afternoon weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake, and if you're heading out to the races, we're likely to see temperatures back into the 60s. I mean, we'll get to the low 60s by 1 o'clock, and just as the races are starting to go, we'll get up into, I say, the low to mid 60s throughout the day. A mix of sun and clouds, not really too bad out there. You may need your light jacket, especially if you're in the shade, but for the most part, a nice dry track as you're out at the races. I hope you all have a great day.
It is going to be a glorious day once again here today at Keeneland on this Sunday. We hope that you'll be joining us out here for this 10-race card. Let's take a look at our full card selections for the day. And, in fact, you can keep up to date with these each and every race day on the Keeneland Race Day app. Download it on your smartphone or your tablet. And we agree in the first 3 races, which might be the first time that that's ever happened.
But that's it. That's all we agree. That's it. Just the first 3. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think the second half of the card, look, Malathaat's probably going to win. I took a slight stance against her with Latruska. I think she could wire. We'll talk about that race, the Spinster, a little bit more later today. But, you know, the undercard races, the Bourbon, they're very competitive. So I'm not surprised to see different chicklets and kind of the middle part of the card.
It's been a challenging couple of days. If you've been right, you've done well in either of the 2 days. Give us a follow on social media at Keeneland Racing on Twitter, on Facebook at Keeneland, on Instagram at Keeneland, and FanDuel Racing is where you can catch today at Keeneland each and every day. Give them a follow at FanDuel TV, and if you don't have FanDuel Racing at your home, make sure you download the FanDuel Plus app. It's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, or Apple TV. It is formerly Watch TVG. It's transitioned into the FanDuel era on FanDuel TV. But FanDuel Plus, download it right now, and you'll have access to Today at Keeneland each and every morning on our race days here at Keeneland Racecourse. As Gabby mentioned, we're going to jump into the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. This is race number 9 on the card, $600,000 on the line, and last year's winner, Latruska, is back at it. Just a question of where is she compared to last year? Her last 2 races suggest that she's not quite as good as she was this time last year.
That's fair. I do still think her race in the personal ensign has been okay, and that was coming off of the race in the Phipps. Now, with Latruska, because of the way she runs, people take it to her early. I mean, look at the fractions in the Phipps. Look at the fractions in the distaff last
Breeders'
year.
Cup, yep.
I mean, it was almost unfair and kind of sad to see those early fractions posted, and she just wasn't able to withstand that. Now, has that taken a toll on her? I don't know. Can she bounce back? I seem to think so, because I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that early pace.
Yeah,
the fast early pace.
It doesn't seem that that's even remotely possible today. I go to Malathaat. She's 2 for 2 at Keeneland. We're going to go back to her race at Saratoga, where she beat Latruska in the personal ensign stakes. And this is a filly that she just keeps on coming. I've said it time and time and time again. She just keeps on grinding away and pulling off these victories. She's a $1 million Keeneland September sales graduate from 2019. She's made over $2 million in her career, and here's a look at her winning over Latruska and search results. She was beaten by Clairiere in the previous 2 starts. She beats Clairiere very convincingly in the personal ensign on that day. So Malathaat for me on top over Latruska, and then if you're looking for somebody else to consider played hard, she's a filly that's nice for Rigney Racing, and Phil Bauer makes her Keeneland debut, and maybe she can try to be there with Latruska early on in this race. But it's Malathaat over Latruska, over played hard for me in the Juddmonte Spinster.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a shot with Latruska. I think she can go to the lead. We've seen, I wouldn't say that there has been any bit of a bias on the main track here at Keeneland. We've seen horses win from all over the place, but I do think it's, sometimes horses we've seen on the lead, maybe they have a little bit easier go of it. So she'll be on the lead. She might have pace pressure by Phil Bauer's horse in the 4, played hard, but I don't know that that's going to be too big of an issue. I mean, if Latruska can deliver her A game, she can fight off that pace pressure and potentially fight off the late challenge of Malathaat. This is a look at her in the Apple Blossom. That was her last victory. It was in April at Oaklawn, where she posted a 103 by her speed figure. Today, Tyler Gaffleone gets the call. I talked to Fausto Gutierrez just a few moments ago, and he said this was actually a last-minute decision to run her in the Spinster, which is kind of a surprising answer, because you're thinking about the Breeders' Cup, you're thinking about sprint prep races, you're thinking about the fact that she won this race and ran in this race before in the past.
Right.
So you would think that it would be on the calendar for quite some time, but with the last-minute decision, Jose already committed to mounts in New York. That's where Tyler picks up the mount.
All right, so those are our selections when it comes to the Juddmonte Spinster. For more on the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, let's check in with Tom Leach.
Here with Johnny Velasquez. He'll be aboard the favorite in the Juddmonte Spinster, Malathaat. Every Grade 1 she runs in, it seems like she fires. Can she read the racing form?
I don't know, but that's good horses do that, though. Every time she comes, she runs her heart out, and that's what counts. And when you got good horses like that, and obviously in Grade 1 races, they're the toughest races, always shows up. So that's what we're looking for.
She's not early speed. Is there any concern about the small field?
No, the same way, I have to ride her the way she's comfortable the first part of the race. I mean, I normally come out running, try to get a little position in the first part of the race, and then I let it get, her own pace, if you will, until she's ready, and then we get it going.
I know she's not the kind of filly that needs to carry her racetrack with her, but is she any better here? She's run so well at Keeneland.
Well, she's run really well here, but she's showed up in everywhere. So good horses can go in different racetrack and do what she does, so very well.
You've ridden so many great horses. What is special about her?
Her heart, obviously, and that she shows up every time, though. That's what we're looking for. We love of her, that every time she runs, she shows up and she runs her heart out.
Johnny Velasquez aboard Malathaat for the Juddmonte Spinster.
He knows the filly. She's going to be tough today. It is a good spot for Malathaat here as she looks for another Grade 1 at Keeneland Racecourse. All right, let's back it up to race number 8 on this Sunday card, the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes Grade 2 event. for $350,000. 2-year-olds on the turf course. Firm going here today, and Reckoning Force installed as the morning line favorite at odds of 7-2.
This is a tough race, though, because a lot of horses are exiting races from Kentucky Downs, Scott. And we've seen that some horses like Kentucky Downs. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes that form translates to Keeneland turf, and sometimes it doesn't. And that's why I thought this race was particularly tough this year.
It is. And you respect Reckoning Force. He was a winner at Kentucky Downs with Joseph O'Brien. We've seen these horses move over, a few of them from the O'Brien stable to with a stateside trainer in Brendan Walsh, and that's the case with Reckoning Force. I've got Deer District on top, the number 4 horse. This is a horse actually that Dale Homans touted me on when we were at the Keeneland September sale the day that he ran in the juvenile on the 14th of September. He said, watch out for Deer District. I really like him here today. And here's the race in which he ran on that day. He ends up finishing second, only beating a neck to Reckoning Force. They added blinkers to this Oscar Performance Colt on that afternoon. And I think what you talked about, some horses like it, some run well, some can bounce out of these types of races and run better getting over to places like Keeneland. And I think that that's going to be the case here today. He showed a lot of gameness down in between horses to get through that split and to hang right there with Reckoning Force. I like him with Martin Garcia on top. The Keeneland graduate for Dale Roman. So give me Deer District on top. The number 6 horse, Bapio for Cassie, winner last time in the Grade 3 with Anticipation at Saratoga over good ground. And then the number 3 horse, Reckoning Force, who you've certainly got to respect in here. But don't sleep on, and the winner is. Wayne Catalano is very high on that Son of Oscar Performance.
How many times has Dale Romans told you that he was live in a race?
I don't know. That's a good question. Do
Really?
you get it a lot?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you're Gabby, though. Everybody wants to talk to you.
I know, but it's Dale. He's always confident. That's
The
why
horse
we
ran
love
well.
Dale.
The
Yes,
horse ran
it did.
well.
It did. No, I'm giving you a hard time. I think that horse has a big shot. I did go in a little bit of a different direction. I went with the 10 Really Good. Just considering what I just said, this horse ran really good last time out at Kentucky Downs, but maybe took a little step backwards from his debut. His debut was at Saratoga, going a mile and a 16th, and I thought that race was incredibly impressive. He closed from well off the pace to get the victory against a good group of maidens at Saratoga, and he came back to Kentucky Downs. I think he handled the surface okay, but he found himself forwardly placed in a race that seemingly fell apart. It was a fast race. The horses who were forwardly placed just couldn't withstand. That set up for Reckoning Force and your horse, Deer District, to kind of close from off of it. So again, it was good in terms of fitness. I think he's going to be better coming to a track like Keeneland on a traditional turf course at a mile and a 16th. And then the 6 Bapio also coming out of that win and the with Anticipation, and the 3 Reckoning Force I'll use underneath.
Like I said, Cat likes and the winner is. He said he if he runs the way he's training, he's going to win. So use that what you will. And I saw him train actually, what is today? Sunday. I was actually out yesterday morning watching him train. He looked phenomenal.
The one thing about his last race, though, I'd be curious to get Wayne's take on it. He looked like he was going to blow past Bapio in the with Anticipation, and he didn't. He actually went backwards in the final 16th of a mile. It was a very weird race because it was like he hit a bog and then tired really abruptly. I didn't know what to make of that race, and that's why I didn't use him in my top 3.
All right, let's stay with the stakes conversation. Move to race number 6, the first of the 3 stakes races today. And all of these races are Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win-in-your-ends. This is for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint Division. $250,000 on the line. 5th running of the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select. Love Reigns, big scratch. Just was reading a tweet that Wesley just wants to train her into the Breeders' Cup. That's the reason for the scratch.
I'm not surprised. Can't say I'm surprised by anything that Wesley decides to do. Sometimes he can be a little unconventional, but it works.
So the morning line, obviously 9-2 would not be a normal morning line, not adjusted. Private Creed, the 9-2 morning line favorite because of the scratch. I scratched into the 11 horses, my top selection, because Love Reigns would have been everybody's top selection. I don't say everybody, but 95% of individuals. But so we go to the outside, or at least I do.
95.5, 96%?
Something like that.
Yeah,
somewhere
okay.
in that range.
Very specific. Okay.
Give or take, plus or minus. It's like a poll, right? The Gallup poll. Private Creed on the outside. Colt by Jimmy Creed, who is coming into this race off of a win in the juvenile sprint at Kentucky Downs. They added blinkers to him on that day. Joel Rosario rode him for the first time. Straightforward Colt. He'll try to kick it on late. That will be the plan, I would imagine, with this 2-year-old. So We'll go to him, the number 6 horse as well as the second choice. That is numero 6. Getting back onto a conventional turf course off of that Kentucky Downs run, and I think the shortening up of furlong will do him a world of good. And then the number 7 horse, None Hudson for Wesley Ward. And maybe this is part of the motivation to scratch Love Reigns. I'm not saying that it is. I mean, she would have probably won this race if she runs today and she was 100%. I'm not saying she isn't, but nonetheless, None Hudson hopefully sitting on a good one, because Oxymore, the horse that beat him at Saratoga, and the Skidmore is a solid colt in his own right.
Well, I did not use Nane Hudson in the top 3, and I definitely would reconsider doing that because of the scratch of Love Reigns. Sometimes when we see Wesley have 2 horses in a race and one scratches, the other one is very live.
Right.
So we could see Nane Hudson maybe take that step forward. I went to the 8 Monsieur Coco on top. Now, look, this is a total guess. Whether or not this horse will take to the turf today. He ran okay first time out, but he came back to just hit a completely new level in his subsequent races on the synthetic. We've said this before. Sometimes success on the synthetic surface translates better to the turf. He's not particularly bred to like the turf. He's by Bolt d'Oro, who's 0 for 5. His progeny's 0 for 5 in turf sprints. On the bottom side, he's a half to Mojo Man, who is a stakes winner sprinting on the dirt. So there's more of a dirt sprint pedigree than a turf sprint pedigree. But if you look at his races on the synthetic, I think they will transition to the turf. Sometimes horses outrun their pedigree. So I went to the 8 Monsieur Coco as the top pick, the 6 Numero 6. I like him for many of the reasons that you did. Dance Macabre, very nice horse, and I like the cut back in distance for him. I think he'll be able to set the pace. And then the 2 Ghent as well. I think he just needed the cut back last time out.
I think with horses like Monsieur Coco, that when you've got the kind of speed that they do, that moving over to the turf is not that big of a deal. I mean, we're going to see that with, and forgive me for not remembering the colt's name, but the Iowa bred colt who's coming to run in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf
Tribe.
Sprint.
Tribe. Is it something Tribe?
Yeah, there's a first name there, but nonetheless.
Tyler's Tribe?
I think that's right, yeah. But they're going to run him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint because of his speed, and that's the plan there with him. But nonetheless, we'll see how it plans out. But a completely different race in the Indian Summer with the scratch of Love Reigns. That is race number 6. Let's jump into our Clocker report for this Sunday, and we'll start with race number 4. The number 5, Sarah Harper for Ron Marquette. Impressive drill here, trainer and rider 20%. That's Gaffleon and Marquette, and gets back on Lasix. Didn't utilize the Lasix last time in the Smart and Fancy, unable to do so in that stakes race up at Saratoga. And so move on to race number 5, and Up to Something is the number 6 horse in their half mile and 48-3. Worked in company with an older winner, won on debut, had trouble in that Kentucky Downs race, and that was that one restricted to Keeneland graduates for $250,000. So the 4th race marked the 5. In race number 5 marked the 6 for our Clocker report here today. Let's move into our multi-race exotic plays for this afternoon, and I'll start with the late pick 4, which begins with race number 7. Maiden 2-year-old race, going to find some coverage here. 1, 2, 7, and 10. McEnroe, a Justify first-time starter. The number 2 horse, Perform for Shug, who's run a couple of solid races to kick off his career. The 7 and then the 10. The number 7 horse, another well-bred colt by City of Light out of Steve Asmussen's operation for Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Fashion King. And then the number 10 horse, What a Blast for Mike Maker, getting onto the dirt course here today and going 7/8 of a mile. I have a feeling that horse is going to run better than what we've seen from him in his 2 starts. And then 3, 4, 6, and 12 in race number 8, the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, singling Malathaat in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, and then going 6 deep in race number 10, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, and 10. $48 investment into today's late pick 4, which starts with race number 7.
All right, I'm going to take us to the turf pick 3. Again, minimum $3 wager. The 6th race is where we start. 268 for me with the scratch of the 5 Love Reigns. It definitely changed my approach on the sequence, but using the top 3 selections, Ghent is a long shot. He's 20-1 on the morning line. We also have the 6, Numero 6. It was a big long shot. And then, obviously, Monsieur Coco, my top selection, the number 6 horse. Private Creed is a horse that if you have a little bit more money, maybe throw in. He's going to be a shorter price, especially with the scratch of the 5 Love Reigns. As we move along to the 8th race, that is the Castle and Key Bourbon. I always like to have a little bit more coverage in these types of races just because they're 2-year-olds. You just never know what they can do from start to start. So 2, 3, 6, 10 for me in there. 10 really good, my top selection. And then finally we get to the last race and the final race of the sequence. I'm singling the 12 one-night standards. I really like this horse. He's 15-1 on the morning line. He's been lightly raced over the course of the past year, Scott, but I think he's had 2 starts this year. But he won last time out. That was at Kentucky Downs. He's coming back in less than a month, and I think that's a really good sign. Sometimes it takes a while to get horses back to the races, and when they're back, sometimes they're good and they stay good. I think that might be the case with him.
Let's go to our best angles of the day. I'm going to move us over to the nightcap, race number 10, second level allowance condition at 1.5 miles, scratch Chantry Flats, February Sun, also the 15 and 16 Market Off and Western River Mud Pie, the morning line favorite at odds of 5-2. Always been a fan of this family, equine and human militarist. This is a 5-year-old son of Liam's Map, who we've seen run here and win here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's now 5. He's been very lightly raced, and he gets the opportunity to stay on turf, which he's been at his best when running on the turf tracks and over the course of, or all around the country. We go back to his last turf run, and it was his last race back in mid-August in the Buckland Stakes, and he comes up just a length and a half shy in the end. You can see the gray in those very familiar fluorescent orange and black silks that were carried by Little Mike, his half-brother, and that's part of the motivation here. He's well-bred. He's on the grass. He gets to go 1.5 miles for the first time in his career. His brother was a front runner out on the front end. You might remember Little Mike. He won the Woodford Turf over at Churchill Downs, the Arlington Million, the Breeders' Cup Turf at Santa Anita, and that was a 1.5 mile race. And I think that the added distance a big plus for him. I'm going to use him in an exacta box, 2, 4, 8, and 10. It's a $12 ticket with a $1 wager there. But Militarist, I would even fancy a win bet on him if we can get somewhere near 6-1, which I think we will in that nightcap. With the number 2 horse.
Yeah, he's good on either surface, but I do think he's better on the turf, obviously, considering his pedigree.
I think the distance is going to do him a world of good.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, the 5th race I'll take us to. This is my best angle of the day. It's 1 mile and a 16th on the main track, first level allowance race for an optional claiming race, $100,000 for that tag. I went to the 3, Play the Music, as the top selection here. Now, it's kind of an unconventional approach. She did debut on the turf last time out, her only career start. She's a 2-year-old filly. We'll take you back to that performance. That was at Kentucky Downs. I thought she just won this race because she's good. She's very talented. Look at Joel Rosario. He's like barely moving a muscle on her. He asks her a little bit late, and she responds well to go on to win this race by 2.5 lengths. Again, we see big fields at Kentucky Downs. In this particular race, she beat 10 others in there. And again, she won by over 2 lengths. So she just won this, I think. She might like the turf, but she could like the dirt better. She's a daughter of Motown. She's out of a jump start mare. There's definitely pedigree to suggest she'll make the transition to the main track, and I don't think she'll have any issue adding distance to the 1 mile and a 16th, given how she ran at 7 furlongs at Kentucky Downs first time out. So she is the top selection, but the play here is a trifecta box between the 3, 5, and the 7. The 5, Friendly Persuasion, getting a class relief from the Pocahontas last time out, and the 7, Closed Caption. She was impressive last time out. It was sprinting, but she could be able, I don't know if she'll control the race, but with that outside post and her natural speed, she should be able to get into a good position.
All right, those are our best angles of the day. It's the time of the show here on Today at Keeneland to check back in with Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
Longshots galore, the opening day card. On this Sunday card, I couldn't find any big prices. So I went to the 7th race, and we'll take a shot with number 1, McEnroe. 8-1 on the morning line. I don't know if we'll get that, but maybe we'll get 6. A son of Justify. The Justify babies have been running really well. Like the way this horse is working here at Keeneland, especially the gate work 2 back. So a sharp gate work might portend a good break from the rail, which is what McEnroe will likely need to get the money in race 7.
See, it's a 3-game series, so you've already won this. This is like the wild card in baseball. 3-game series, you're done, and you got it done in race 1 with the exacta box 52.25.
What did I tell you yesterday?
I have no
more
idea.
cheap speed. I might have been cheap speed back in the spring. I've matured nicely into the fall. And now I'm quick and I stay. I'm a stayer. And that's what happened yesterday.
And you're having a great day. Once again, like third day in a row, you came here with such positive energy, arrived at the set. I mean, you're just radiant with positive energy.
I'm a glass half full type of gal.
So you've already won it. I'll bounce back next week. We still are going to bet, though.
Hold on, congratulations to I am Victor E.
Getting the win. Yeah, he gets the corkscrewles.
Yeah.
Is it Victor Espinoza?
No, I think I've met Victor. If I recall,
you know who Victor Espinoza is, right?
I do. Yeah,
Okay,
I do recall who he is.
American Pharaoh.
Can I just finish my thought? Oh, okay. We're running out of time, but I think I met Victor at Del Mar this past summer.
All right. Well, well done to Victor.
Okay, so what's the side bet?
Latruska Malathaat.
Oh, we have a minute. Okay, we have time to breathe. I don't like that bet. I don't like that
You've
bet.
already won, so I mean, can I get on the board, or you want to pour it on?
Okay, that's true. That's true. This is just sure. Let's do it.
Do you have another idea?
How about the field versus Malathaat? Since she's such a heavy favorite. No, it's either you think you like her,
Yes,
you're going
I
to
do,
single her.
'cause
I
she's
wouldn't
gonna win.
single her. So it's the field against Malathaat.
Sure.
That's fair.
Yeah, absolutely, that's fair. Stacking the deck.
Isaac, is that fair?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
He
fine.
said if we agree on it. Do you agree on it?
Sure.
Okay.
Well done, by the way.
Thank you.
This has been a tough couple of days.
It has.
I don't think we've really hit our stride yet, too. We're going to get there.
Maybe you haven't hit your stride, but I'm feeling pretty good.
All right. We look forward to this Sunday card. We've got 3 Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win in your ins, the Indian Summer presented by Keeneland Select, the Castle and Key Bourbon, as well as the Grade 1 Judd Mont Spinster. It's been a beautiful weekend. We hope that you get an opportunity to join us out here today. If not, we'll be back at it again on Wednesday, 5-day race week next week. Don't forget about that here at Keeneland Racecourse for this fall. For Gabby and Scott, our producer Isaac, and the entire team led by Philip Richardson, we appreciate you joining us here on Today at Keeneland, and enjoy the races. First post, 1 o'clock Eastern Time.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed!
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
This new Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine throttle and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
As an owner, I love the Breeders' Cup Win in Your In series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
So if we're considering 2 different races and one was a win and you're in and one was a not, then I think that would be the tiebreaker for us.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off. Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
Keeneland welcomes Chance Adonis to the paddock. Chance is a Lexington-based performer and currently attends the University of Louisville, pursuing a degree in communications. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Ed Parsons with the Programs Department as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Ed.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the south gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the east gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the north terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the south gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the south gate or the east gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the north terrace and exit through the north gate. Patrons in the paddock area and north terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the south gate, east gate, or north gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is firm, rail at 0 feet for the turf racing today. Double pick 3 and early pick 5 wagering to get us started in the first race. Let's go ahead and take a look at all of the program changes as they currently stand. In the opener today, there are no changes to report in that first race. Second race started the early pick 4, and there are no changes in race 2. Third race, jockey change for number 2, Right of Rush. That'll be Jesus Castanon. Jockey for the 2, Right of Rush, Jesus Castanon. Contrary to the program, number 4, Sis Away Now, is a gelding. Number 4, Sis Away Now, is a gelding. Fourth race has no changes. Race 5 started the pick 6, no carryover. In that fifth race, scratch the 4, Red Jewel. That's race 5, scratch number 4, Red Jewel. Overweight, the 1 out of nothing at all. Jockey 1 pound over. Number 1 +1. Sixth race started the late pick 5, also started the Keeneland Turf pick 3. In that sixth event, scratch the 5, Love Reigns. Again, scratch the 5, Love Reigns. Jockey change on the 1, Revered Note. That'll be Declan Cannon. Number 1, Revered Note, the jockey, Declan Cannon. Weight is okay. Overweight, the 6, Numero 6, 3 pounds over. Number 6, Numero 6, the jockey, 3 pounds over. Seventh race, that's where the late pick 4 starts. Scratch number 3, Cagliostro. Scratch number 3, Cagliostro. Eighth race, the Castle and Key Bourbon. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Again, take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Featured 9th, Grade 1, Juddmonte Spinster. No show wagering on race 9. Please note, no show wagering on race 9. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Scratch the 15, Mark It Off. And scratch 16, Western River. That's in the 10th race. Scratch the 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Scratch 15, Mark It Off. And scratch 16, Western River. Please note, number 13, Celerity, draws into the race. And number 14, Blanket of Roses, also draws into the race. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Sunday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here on the course at Keeneland Racecourse and from abroad, we look forward to this 10-race card with 3 Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win in your in races, highlighted by the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster and a clash between 2 dynamos of this division, Malathaat and last year's winner of the Spinster, Latruska.
And they have 2 very different running styles, Scott. One of them, Latruska, she'll go to the lead. Malathaat, she grinds it out from off of the pace. Malathaat, she doesn't really win by much. She just knows where the wire is, and that's a testament to how much heart she has.
She's 3-5 on the morning line in the Juddmonte Spinster. Here's a look at the field. They are pretty far clear of the rest of them, in my opinion, from a talent perspective. Played Hard does need to step up to their level if she wants to go with Latruska and Malathaat in this field.
Yes, and Played Hard, she has some speed, so she very well could take it to Latruska early, so we'll see how the pace plays out. But at the end of the day, it really is a battle between Malathaat and Latruska.
Race number 8 is the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, 2-year-olds on the turf course, Grade 2 event, Breeders' Cup Challenge Series. Winning you're in for the juvenile turf. Big field here. Reckoning Force, winner at Kentucky Downs last time out, is the morning line favorite. Lukewarm at 7-2.
A couple of horses come out of that same race, though. Deer District, who's the number 4 horse for trainer Dale Romans, and also the 10 Really Good. There are a lot of horses that are coming out of those Kentucky Downs turf races. This race, I thought, was one of the most competitive on the card. You could go in many directions.
And I think you can say the same about race number 6, the Indian Summer Stakes presented by Keeneland Select. This is a winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Big scratch here. Love Reigns taken out at scratch time. Wesley Ward saying he just wants to train her into the Breeders' Cup. So that's the approach with what would have been the favorite. Now the morning line favorite falls to Private Creed. We'll see if that ends up being the post-time favorite. But bottom line is you've got to have an open mind and I think spread out a bit in the Indian Summer.
Yeah, so Private Creed won last time out. That was a turf sprint stakes at Kentucky Downs. But he also ran in the Skidmore where No Nay Hudson beat him that day. No Nay Hudson is represented by Wesley Ward as he did scratch his other entrant in the 5 Love Reigns. I agree with you though, Scott. I think with the scratch of the favorite, you really need to have coverage if you're looking at those sequential wagers.
10 race card today, and that Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins in the Indian Summer Stakes race number 6, races 6, 8, and 10, and make up that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Race 1 comes up at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Taking a look at these horses in the opener, Guana K is the favorite right now as it stands. She is currently sitting at odds of 7-5 on the tote board with less than 18 minutes to post. That's where I go. She's a filly that has won here at Keeneland. She's taking advantage of being eligible for the starter allowance condition. She's been competitive and even won against Allowance Company, second level Allowance Company 2 back. So she's got the course form, Gabby, and I think she holds a class edge over this group.
Yeah, and her time is almost up in terms of her eligibility to run in these starter 20 races. She was claimed for 20,000 back in October of last year. You're eligible to run in these races for a year, so they're just trying to take advantage of what is presented to them or what is presented in front of them. And she comes out of a very tough race last time out. Guana Key ran against 2 other than Allowance Company. Just to put this in perspective, Scott, Powder River, the second place finisher, she ran second to Juju's Map during Derby week. So this is a huge class really for this filly.
Lady Emily, both our second choice. This is a filly trained by Gabby's husband, Norman Cassie, and moves over to his barn for the first time off of some runs up at Delaware on the turf course. And in fact, she's trying the dirt for the first time in her career. She's got it, the pedigree by First Dude, and I think that she fits this level quite nicely, fits this group more than anything quite nicely today.
Yeah, he got her after her race at Delaware, so he's managed to get 3 works into her at Churchill Downs, and those works on the dirt have been good. It is an experiment, but this is the right spot to try the experiment considering what she's eligible for, Scott. When a starter allowance race for 20,000 comes up and you're eligible for it, you're going to run it no matter the surface.
And Judy's Way, the 4 rounds out our top 3 selections, 5-1 right now for Crown's Way Racing and trainer Carlos Silva. She's yet to win this year, but she has run well just about every time that they've sent her postward. She's been a very consistent check getter over the course of her career, 11 seconds, 7/3, so you've got to respect her in the top 3 at the very least.
Exactly, and she's raced 9 times this year. She's hit the board 7 of those 9 starts, so she always is one to pick up the pieces very late, and I think if you're looking for a trifecta or an exacta bet, use the 4 Judy's Way.
Race 1 starts the early pick 5 as we're quickly approaching post time, now less than 15 minutes away from said post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 1. Start of the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick 3s also begins the early pick 5. Fast track, firm turf today, 8 minutes to post.
There is a look at the favorite, 6-5 right now on Guanakee, the daughter of Air Force Blue, who is still not a bad price. I would have thought that she would have been sub-even money at this stage in the wagering. I mean, there's still 6 minutes to post, Gabby, but 6-5 is not a bad price on this favorite.
Yeah, considering the company that she has met over the course of the past couple of starts. I just thought she looked bright, happy, good energy, on her toes. A lot of things to like about this favorite, and I still think that she is the horse to beat.
6-5 on the board as she goes off to her warm-up. Let's quickly go over to Judy's Way, the number 4 horse. Spoke to her trainer, Carlos Silva. I think they've got some confidence, as they should, with this filly coming into this spot with her consistency. She's been in the money 7 of 9 races this season, and it looks as though she's primed for that in a smaller field to navigate, having to only beat 4 others in here to finish in the top 3.
And she's another one that's just held really good condition on the track, and very consistent sort at 9-2. One that I think will run into the money and hit the board if you're looking to bet those exacta trifectas.
She is right now sitting at odds of 4-1 on the tote board. Less than 5 minutes away from the Sunday opener on a perfect fall afternoon here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There's Kimberly Dream from the outside. Kimberly Dream comes out for the lead. Guana Key right there with her, though. And Judy's Way up close down to the inside as they head to the first turn. Guana Key moves forward and has a head in front now, but Kimberly Dream is alongside. These two continue their tussle for the lead. Kimberly Dream now moves by and has the lead. Kimberly Dream by a length midway on the first turn, still outward from the rail. Guana Key is second by 2 lengths. And then Judy's Way is third. Tell Her to Sing fourth. Lady Emily fifth up on the outside. La Turista last of the sixth, but only 6 lengths from the front as they move off the first turn and onto the back stretch. And up front, Kimberly Dream shows the way from Guana Key. 2 lengths separate the top two. Another length and a half back to Tell Her to Sing, who's third against the rail. Judy's Way has lost 1 spot in fourth. La Turista between horses in fifth, now taking fourth, now challenging for third, but 4 lengths off the lead. And Lady Emily is at the back as the field heads on. Off the end of the backstretch over to the far turn, Kimberly Dream the leader. Kimberly Dream on top by a length and a half. Guana Key second up on the outside. Tell Her to Sing is third to the inside, only a half length, though. Judy's Way rallies back up into fourth, still 3 lengths from the front, midway on the final turn. Gap of 3 more back to Lady Emily. La Turista has now lost 2 positions and his last quarter mile to go, and Kimberly Dream is the leader. Here's Judy's Way swinging outside of Guana Key, and Tell Her to Sing tries to come up the inside. A 3-way shuffle for second. Those 3 2 lengths from the front, top of the short stretch, and Kimberly Dream is now being collared at the 8th pole as they move to the final furlong. Judy's Way is alongside, and then Tell Her to Sing back to the inside. Guana Key is in fourth, and Judy's Way is striking the lead now. Judy's Way is in front. Judy's Way by 2 from Kimberly Dream. Guana Key. It is Judy's Way for Rafael Bejarano to win the opener. Kimberly Dream second, Guana Key third, Tell Her to Sing fourth.
Not a bridesmaid this time. It is Judy's Way leading the way to the wire as they turn for home. She was in about the 3 path for a majority of this race, but she's able to collar that pace setter and lay it down and pick up a win here at Keeneland Racecourse for Crowns Way Racing and trainer Carlos Silva.
That's what's so nice about these fillies that always show up, whether they finish second or third. They're still earning a paycheck, and you know that they have the heart to run well each and every time, and one day they will break through, and today was Judy's Way's day. Congratulations to the Connections getting the victory in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 4, Judy's Way first. 6, Kimberly Dream second. 5, Guana Key third. The 1, Tell Her to Sing fourth. 4-6-5-1, the unofficial results. The time for the mile and a 16th, 1 minute 46.61 seconds. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's first race in the winner's circle, number 4, Judy's Way, owned by Crowns Way Racing, LLC, of Anthony Rallo, trained by Carlos Silva, Rafael Bejarano, the jockey. Judy's Way, a 5-year-old daughter of Bayern, out of Given Star by Any Given Saturday, bred in Kentucky by Mockmer Hall. Mile and a 16th, 1 minute 46.61 seconds over the fast main track. First race results official. 4-6-5-1, the official results for Keeneland's first race. Keeneland's second race upcoming, start of the early pick 4, double and pick 3 wagering also featured. No changes in race 2. Third race, a reminder, the jockey for number 2, Rite of Rush, Jesus Castanon. Third race, number 2, Rite of Rush, jockey Jesus Castanon. Contrary to the program, number 4, Sis Away Now, is a gelding. That's the 4, Sis Away Now, gelding. No changes in the fourth. Checking race 5. Scratch number 4, Red Jewel. That's race 5, scratch number 4, Red Jewel. Overweight, number 1, out of nothing at all. Jockey is 1 pound over. Number 1 plus 1. Fast Track, firm turf.
Race number 2, two-year-old maiden race, maiden special weight event worth $100,000. 7 furlongs for these youngsters will be the distance, and this race does start the early pick 4 here today on this Sunday card at Keeneland. Most Saturdays, Gabby and I's top selection, colt by Motown, who was debuted on the turf course at Saratoga, ran a good second after not breaking all that sharp, so rallied that day. A better break should be obviously a much better move forward as far as a result is concerned if this colt breaks better today. And I think, Gabby, these sons and daughters of Motown will be versatile sorts, because we see that with Uncle Mo. Of course, Uncle Mo is the sire of Motown, so I think that the transition over to dirt won't be a problem for this type of pedigree.
Yeah, and considering the slow break coming out of the starting gate last time out at Saratoga, Scott, we don't know what kind of speed this horse is capable of. I think if he has a better break with race experience, we could see him maybe be even more forwardly placed. So I wouldn't just hold it to him that he is a closing sprinter. He's a horse that we're not sure what he's capable of on the surface change, and also hopefully with a cleaner break. And I think that was just inexperience why he had that awkward break last time out. He's a son of Motown, but he's also from a family that produced dirt winners, including a 5-time dirt winner. So he definitely has the pedigree to make this transition successfully.
Speaking of pedigrees, Hit Show's got a good one. Colt by Candy Ride out of the Tap at First Dam Actress, who was a stakes winner. This is her second foal for Gary and Mary West, and getting attention. Not surprising that this horse is being bet in this fashion, given Brad Cox's success, especially with Gary and Mary West, with the type of breeding success that they've had. Sitting at even money right now is this 2-year-old colt by Candy Ride, getting set for his debut off of a series of works between Ellis and Churchill Downs.
Yeah, over the course of the past couple of years, 2-year-old first-time starters on the dirt at Keeneland, Brad Cox is 17%, and that is out of a sample size of 35 horses. So he does well with these 2-year-old first-time starters, whether it be in the spring or the fall. The board is always very smart. The money is always very smart. Sometimes we can see these first-time starters be maybe a little lukewarm as the favorite, and you can understand that because it's Brad Cox. But this seems deliberate, Scott. I would say that this horse is very live, considering that he's opening up at even money.
Bengals Go, the number 9 horse, 10-1 right now. He's a debuting colt by Cloud Computing, that Preakness Stakes winner for Lucky 7 Stable and Kenny McPeak. This is a family that has produced 2-year-old winners. The First Dam has produced 2-year-old winners in the past, so the pedigree's there on the dam side, which is so important when you're taking a look at pedigrees.
And you always want to pay attention to workouts as well. Sometimes it's a fast workout, and maybe they didn't do it in hand and vice versa. But I would say that one workout here, 4 furlongs, 47-2, coming out of the gate, was a good work. Second best of 19 that day, but 47-2 seems pretty quick coming out of the gate here at Keeneland. So maybe this horse will show a little bit of gate speed. I like the post, considering he's a first-time starter going 7 furlongs. So the 9 Bengals Go, definitely one that I considered right now on the board at 10-1.
And same for me with the 6 Creative Strategy. First-time starter, solid post, good workouts coming in, a series of 5 furlong workouts to ready for this debut here today over at Ellis Park, those 5 furlong works. So I think that fitness shouldn't be an issue based on the distance of those workouts for the son of Creative Cause. Saez riding for Mike Maker. A lot of positives when it comes to this colt. And, if you're willing to take a shot, 14-1 is a good price on any horse.
A son of Creative Cause, and if you look at the bottom side of the pedigree, Scott, the siblings have been okay on both turf and dirt. They've been stakes quality on multiple surfaces, so I think that is definitely an attribute to this horse's pedigree.
Horses saddled up as they progress through their progression here at Keeneland for this second race at Keeneland Racecourse. 16 minutes to post. Race number 2, start of the early pick 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Kingman, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. No changes in race 2. Post time in just 6 minutes.
Taking a look at these youngsters front side and watching them behave, which for the most part they have. There are a few that were getting a little rambunctious in paddock side, and even one which we'll touch on in just a bit. But we're looking right now at Notion for Joe Sharp in the Calumet Black and Gold, son of Always Dreaming, who was debuted on turf and obviously has a nice dirt pedigree, being by a Kentucky Derby winner.
I was on the fence about this horse when I was handicapping the race, even looking at the pedigree. But I've been pleasantly surprised by him today, just looking at him as an individual. You can see he's definitely one that's on his toes. He's alert. I wouldn't say he's acting up right now. I think he's just feeling good in the cold weather. But he definitely looks like a horse that's extremely fit, and I think he looks like a horse physically that will transition maybe even better on the dirt today.
Let's talk about the 5 Toast to Coast. Dwayne Lucas, the Hall of Famer, telling me that he feels that the longer distance races will be more suited for this 2-year-old colt who is by the champion West Coast. And he is a big 2-year-old. So based on his size, based on what Dwayne had to say about him, looks like further down the line is when we'll see him unlock a little bit more talent.
And I agree with that just from looking. I didn't know that information, but at least the notes on my paper that I wrote down from observing him, Scott, he's really big, but he's also got a lot of leg. It seems like he has even some growing into himself. He needs to grow into himself because he's just kind of that kid with the long legs that still needs to figure it all out. But a good-looking individual, definitely looks like 2 turns better for him.
And then the 10-horse Carnival for Ed Von Canteros Colts. Nice to see that he settled down a bit, because he and Declan Cannon, Declan took him away from the pony right as they came out onto the racetrack because he was acting up. So it looks like he's settled down, at least for the time being. You can see his ears are pricked forward, focused on whatever he's got out in front of him. But hopefully he stays level as the pony now comes near him, and will just kind of guide him in the right direction.
Sometimes with 2-year-olds, it can be a domino effect. When one horse acts up, all of them act up. And he broke off away from the pony to get a good warm-up. And in doing so, he kind of rattled a couple of other horses that were behaving well in the post braid. So I hope that he continues to settle. But looking at him, looking at his eye, he definitely has the look of a troublemaker, Scott.
Less than 2 minutes away from race number 2, started the early pick 4 here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Kingman, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Notion from between horses for the lead. Here's Spoiler down to the inside. Backside Buzz up close in between that pair. Canaval and Bengals Go both there out in the center of the racetrack. It is Notion with a head in front. Bengals Go is right alongside. Here's Backside Buzz to the inside. Creative Strategy now makes this a 4-way shuffle for the lead. Garuvan goes in 5th position outward from the rail. Has company there. Hit Show is in between horses, just 4 lengths from the front. Spoiler to the inside of that when Canaval drops back into the 8th position. Most Saturdays next to last, long way back coast to coast is the trailer. 23.12 seconds for the opening quarter. Backside Buzz, Creative Strategy, and Notion line up from the rail out, separated by a neck contesting the lead, and Bengals Go is 4th, caught wide around the far turn. Hit Show is between horses in 5th, 3 lengths from the front around the far turn, followed by Garuvan. Now, Most Saturdays is moving with Canaval to the outside. Spoiler's going to look to the inside. Everybody in contention here except for Toast to Coast, who's far back. Turning for home, they fan out 7 across the track. Creative Strategy and Bengals Go moving forward. Hit Show's going to have to go to the inside as they come to the 8th pole. And here's Most Saturdays down the outside. It is Hit Show up the rail. Hit Show has the lead past the 8th pole. Hit Show leads it by 2 lengths, followed by Bengals Go in 2nd, Most Saturdays 3rd, Garuvan, then Canaval. Hit Show, the winner for Florent Giroux. Bengals Go was across the line 2nd, Most Saturdays was 3rd, Garuvan 4th, Canaval was 5th.
Hit Show for the win on debut for Gary and Mary West. Colt by Candy Ride, able to separate himself from this group late. Right about now is when he starts to hit his best stride. 9 a little bit green at this stage of the game, leaning in on him just a touch, and also the 2 couldn't pick it up even though running a solid race. But in the end, down on the inside, Hit Show looking classy on debut.
Yeah, they were all stacked up coming around the turn at the quarter pole. You didn't really know how it was all going to shuffle out, but in the end, the 7-hit show, just really professional coming down the stretch. Ears pinned back, all racehorse, where some of the other horses were a little bit green. This horse was ready to roll, ready to win today. Hit show with the victory.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 7, Hit Show, was first. Number 9, Bingles Go, second. 2, Mo Saturday's third. 8, Garuvan, fourth. 7, 9, 2, 8, unofficial. Unofficial winner of race 2, the Kingman in the winner's circle, number 7, Hit Show, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Hit Show, a 2-year-old son of Candy Bride, out of Actress by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Gary and Mary West Stables Incorporated. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 125.8. Results official for race 2, 7-9-2-8, the official results. In the winner's circle, Anya O'Rourke, representing Juddmonte, makes the Kingman Trophy presentation to the connections of Hit Show. In the winner's circle, Leslie Janica, coordinator of the Kentucky Equine Management Internship Program and the Kentucky Equine Management Interns for Fall 2022, are honored to accept a donation of $10,000 from Shannon Arvin, president and CEO of Keeneland, and representing Juddmont Farms, Jackie Smith, financial controller. The Kentucky Equine Management Internship Program provides opportunities to college students interested in careers in equine management. Students enrolled in the program integrate academic studies with practical experience, leadership, and responsibility as an intern on a central Kentucky thoroughbred farm. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, main track fast turf firm today. In the third race, a reminder jockey for the 2, Rite of Rush, is Jesus Castanon. Number 2, Rite of Rush, the jockey, Jesus Castanon. Contrary to the program, 4 Sisaway now a gelding. Number 4 Sisaway now is a gelding. No changes in the fourth event. Looking ahead to race 5. In race 5, scratch the 4 Red Jewel. That is race 5, scratch the 4 Red Jewel. Overweight, number 1, out of nothing at all. Jockey is 1 pound over.
There is a look at the number 5 horse, Carbonite, as he gets saddled up for race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse. Both Gabby and I have him as our top selection, and because of the presence of the 6, we're getting a good price on the 5. I thought that he would be a shorter price, but Ollie Meister is taking some of the parimutuel pressure off of the number 5 horse. So 2-1 on this Ridgeling is a fair price considering what he's done in his last 2.
I agree with you, and I do like the fact that the blinkers go on today for the first time. This is a horse that maybe lost a little bit of focus last time out, but I also think it'll help him maybe maintain the lead. His race was really good 2 starts back when he stalked just behind the pace. I guess at the end of the day, Scott, I wonder if he is best at 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, somewhere in between. I guess we will find out today.
Yeah, gets that right in between 6.5 furlongs the distance for Carbonite and this group this afternoon. The 7 horse Ollie Meister is the slight favorite right now over the 5 horse. He's taken a drop in class, and that's the key to his route of success here today, and the reason he's being backed in this fashion, because his last race was disappointing against a much tougher group of Churchill Downs, but his race prior to that was good. So we'll see what version of him we get here today when he drops in for 30.
Yeah, sometimes he can run a little bit hot and cold. First time out, he was impressive. Then he came back and he was disappointing against Allowance Company. And then against Allowance Company at Ellis, he actually really showed up well, finishing second, followed by a disappointing race. So it's a lot of peaks and valleys with his past performances, but I will say one thing, I do like the cutback in distance for him. I think a mile might be stretching his limits.
You know, the reason I went in this direction for a top 3 selection is I think that Jimmy Graham can hope that they come back to him a bit. They might. There's a chance of a pace meltdown, in my opinion, and this 1 horse I think would benefit from that as he sits at odd to 5-1.
I agree with you. I like the cutback in distance for him. I think a mile and a 16th was just a little bit too far for him. And the drop in class will help, but we'll see if he can pick up the pieces. And when you look at the pace, I think the 3 Wesleyan will be forwardly placed, Carbonite will be forwardly placed, maybe even Ollie Meister if he gets out of the gate, so he could get the right type of setup.
5, 6, and 1 for both Gabby and I in race number 3 as we are less than 16 minutes away from post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up. The price, $30,000. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Jockey for the 2, Right of Rush, Jesus Castanon. Jesus Castanon, the jockey for the 2, Right of Rush. Contrary to the program, number 4, Sissaway now is a gelding. Double and pick 3 wagering, post time in just 8 minutes.
There's a look at Carbonite for Rudy Brisset, adding blinkers today. Rudy telling me the reason behind adding the blinkers was the fact that he wouldn't switch leads in that last race, and they're hoping that that will help him get a little bit more focused. He wasn't sure if it was that or maybe just 7 furlongs was stretching it a little bit too far with this Ridgeling. So obviously the addition of blinkers is part of the change here, and the cutback in distance looks like it should help him out more than anything.
That's great information, Scott, because those were my 2 concerns. Obviously, the addition of blinkers, but also the distance. So I do like him cutting back to 6.5 furlongs. And just looking at the horses on the track, I thought he stood out from the rest.
9-5. He is getting play as we expected throughout this proceedings. It's between he and the 6 for the favorites role in race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Sisaway now, right out for the early lead. Here's Ollie Meister, though, and Ollie Meister moves up as Eyes of Glory backs away after breaking well, settles back into fifth. In the meantime, Carbonite's going to move through traffic and take the lead with Ollie Meister's second, joined by Wesleyan down to the inside in third, just a length off the lead as they head for the far turn. Eyes of Glory is in fourth. Sisaway now broke alertly, but is now placed between horses, 3 lengths off the lead in fifth. Break of 5 more lengths back to Yono, who is next to last, and Right of Rush is on the outside of that one. 22.68 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Carbonite is the leader by a length. Ollie Meister second, midway on the far turn. Gap of 2, Eyes of Glory third by a neck. Sisaway now is in fourth. Then a margin of 7 more lengths back to the 3 trailers as they move for the top of the stretch. Wesleyan, Yono, Right of Rush at the back. Quarter mile to go. Carbonite short lead. Here's Ollie Meister again on the outside. Eyes of Glory swings to the center of the track in third. Here's Ollie Meister right alongside of Carbonite, and Ollie Meister has the lead coming to the 8th pole. Ollie Meister from the outside has the lead. It's out to almost a length now a length and a half. Past the 16th pole. Carbonite fading in second. Eyes of Glory is far back in third, and Ollie Meister is kicking on for the wire. Ricardo Santana Jr. and Ollie Meister to win it. Carbonite was across the line in second. Eyes of Glory was third. Close for fourth, either Sisaway now or Yono for that fourth spot.
Well, the class drop pays off for the winner here in race number 3, Ollie Meister. Carbonite tried to hold him off for as long as he possibly could, but once the 6 ranged up alongside of him, it was game over for the 6-5 favorite.
Yeah, the 5 Carbonite actually cornered really well and had the advantage of maybe opening up a little bit on him by a couple of lengths, but once they hit the top of the stretch, Ollie Meister just had so much horse in the end. Big drop in class, gets the job done. Ollie Meister under Ricardo Santana Jr. for trainer Al Stahl. Congratulations.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 6, Ollymeister finished first. Number 5, Carbonite second. Number 7, Eyes of Glory third. Number 1, Yono fourth. 6-5-7-1 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's third race official in the winner's circle. Number 6, Ollymeister, owned by JMJ Racing Stables, LLC. Dennis Narlinger, trained by Al Stahl Jr., and Ricardo Santana Jr. is the winning jockey. Ollymeister, a 4-year-old gelded son of Bodymeister out of Cafetiere by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by JMJ Racing Stables, LLC. Time, 1 minute 17.2 seconds for the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, and the results are official 6-5-7-1, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Main track is fast, turf firm today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured on the fourth race. No changes in race 4. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder, scratch number 4, Red Jewel. That is race 5, scratch number 4, Red Jewel. Overweight, the 1 out of nothing at all. The jockey is 1 pound over. Checking the 6th race, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Scratch the 5, Love Reigns. That's in the 6th race. Scratch the 5, Love Reigns. Jockey for the 1, Revere Note, Declan Cannon. Number 1, Revere Note, jockey Declan Cannon. The weight is okay. Overweight number 6, Numero 6, jockey 3 pounds over. Fast track, firm turf, rail at 0 feet on the turf course today.
Race number 4 brings together a nice group of fillies that'll be competing for a $130,000 purse. Starts another double as well as pick 3 as we're 22 minutes to post. Center aisle is the direction that I'm going here in race number 4. She's 4-1 right now, and this is a filly. If she is right, she is absolutely good enough to win this race. Her last 2 races, obviously subpar in the Grade 1 Madison and the Derby City Distaff over at Churchill Downs, but 5 months is the time between races, so hopefully this time off Gabby will do her some good, because she's got some past races that are clearly good enough to win against this group.
For sure. You just wonder what kind of mare we're going to see today. Yes, I understand that she's dropping in class significantly from back-to-back Grade 1 performances, but those were also the only 2 races that she's performed this year. I just don't know what to make of her, and sometimes in these instances, Scott, I want to look at the board, and she seems a little chilly at 4-1 considering the group she's going against today.
The 4-horse is 9-1. That's your top selection. Current Climate comes out of a stake at Charlestown, 7 furlongs. That is a 2-turn event over at Charlestown, given the size circumference of that setup at at Charlestown. But back to a conventional course here today. What led you in the direction of this filly?
Well, I can give her a pass for that last race. Frank's Rocket, the winner of the race, is a very, very good sprinter. I also don't know that she liked Charlestown. Some horses do like it, some don't. That bull ring convention, or the way that it's kind of set up, is a bull ring. So coming back to a more conventional surface, I think will benefit her. And her race 2 starts back at Indiana Grand, or Horseshoe Indianapolis. I thought was very, very good against 2 other than Allowance Company. So when you look in between the lines, when you just look at her dirt sprint races in Indiana, they're very good, and I think they would be competitive against this group.
Recoded, the number 6. Reason I'm going in this direction in my top 3 is I think that getting away from post position number 1 is going to be a plus for her. I think that she's the type of mare who just doesn't want to be down on the inside of horses, and that's what ended up happening in that last race. And if you can finish 3rd behind Little Tootsie, as she did at Ellis Park in the Groupie Doll, she's got enough form, no doubt, to be good here today if, in fact, the outside post moves her forward.
Yeah, and if you look at a race at Ellis back in August, I thought that was a good race because she was forwardly placed. She was in the thick of it, and they went pretty quickly in that race. 21-4, 44-1 for the half, 109 even for the 3/4. So, yeah, if she can run back to even that race, I think she could be competitive in this group.
And Sarah Harper, the number 5 horse, 3-2. Excuse me. She is the favorite for Ron Marquette. Speed, that's her game. When she makes the lead, that's how she wins her races. And it looks like she shouldn't have too much of a problem being forwardly placed as long as she is able to break sharply away from the gate.
She just hasn't shown follow-through all the time, Scott, and her 2 victories, at least recent victories, have come on a wet main track. A good sealed track back at Oaklawn in January, and prior to that on a muddy sealed track, Churchill Downs last November. So you almost wonder, do those sloppy wet tracks kind of enhance her performance? Sometimes we see that happen with really fast fillies.
She's the 8-5 favorite. Another good betting event with horses that have prices that there are serious cases to be made for them in race number 4. 19 minutes to post here at Keeneland before race 4.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Woods Edge Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $100,000. Fillies and mares, age 3 and up, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in the fourth. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. Fast track firm turf this afternoon. Post time for the fourth race in 8 minutes.
There's a look at OXO Equine Center Isle, showing good energy out here when she came out with the pony. Positive sign, I think, off the 5-month layoff for this Into Mischief mare.
And she looks very fit coming in off that layoff as well. Again, the last time we saw her was Derby week. She ran in the Grade 1 Derby City Distaff. Scott, look, she could easily win today. I'm not going to be surprised. There's just a part of me that still doesn't trust her in this spot today.
See, I just don't think that she would be here if she didn't have something left on the table, because she's so valuable as a broodmare. She was purchased for $1.5 million. She's by Into Mischief. I think that there's more left in the tank for this filly as she sits at 3-1. The number 5 horse, Sarah Harper, for Ron Marquette. Our clocker, part of our clocker report this morning on Today at Keeneland. She is still the favorite, one of the favorites in here between the 5 and the 3. So following the clocker, she's worked some very fast times as of late, especially here at Keeneland, 46 flat on October 2nd. And then Recoded, the number 6 horse on the outside. Eric Foster, her trainer, verified exactly what we were talking about before. Getting off the rail is a plus, and he kept her away from everybody, saddled her on the walk in the paddock, and I said, is this part of her routine? He said, she doesn't have a routine. What we need to do is just to keep her happy and keep her level, and she has done that. She has been very relaxed with the proceedings in the lead up to this race.
That's the one thing that I noticed from her in the post parade, Scott. There are a couple of fillies on their toes, but she is just very docile. She's very calm on the racetrack. She seems very professional. And look, maybe the outside post will make all the difference for her. It definitely seems that way, at least in her past performances.
Yeah, 9-2, good price. Race number 4 coming up quick, less than 5 minutes to post here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Woods Edge. They are at the post. They're off. Sarah Harper right out for the lead. Recoded is there, and here comes Center Isle down toward the inside from in between horses. Sarah Harper, though, clears with the lead. Gets over next to the rail. Leads it by a length and a half. Center Isle goes second a neck. Recoded stacks up to the far outside in third. Shandana is fourth for the move to the far turn. And then Current Climate in fifth, and Be Like Water last to the sixth. Sarah Harper, the leader. Sarah Harper leads it by a half length. Center Isle goes second. 22.97 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Gap of 2 lengths back to Shandana, who's third a half length. Recoded is fourth. Gap of 3 more lengths then back to Current Climate and Be Like Water. Coming toward the quarter pole, still side by side for the lead. Center Isle from the outside, and Sarah Harper there toward the inside. Sarah Harper leads at a neck. Center Isle right alongside, now pokes ahead in front. Center Isle, narrow lead. Sarah Harper tries to fight back, and then Shandana from third on the outside, and starting to close some ground, but still 2 lengths off the lead. Shandana goes to second. Center Isle is the leader, 16th to go. Shandana is there, a length away, though. Center Isle with the lead. Shandana still trying. These two down to the line, and it is Center Isle hanging on by a head from Shandana.
Center Isle gets it done for OXO Equine on the comeback off the 5-month layoff. She was sharp away from the starting gate. She tracked right off the pace setter, the number 5 horse, Sarah Harper, who began to weaken midway down the stretch, and she was able to go on with it and hold on for the victory.
You're right, Scott. You're right. She put in a stellar performance today, considering the layoff and considering the quality of this allowance field. She was very, very good today. Congratulations to the Connections. It was tight in the end. That was a really good performance by Shandana on the inside at 7-1. Another look coming to the finish line, but she holds on to the end.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 2, Center Isle, finished first. Number 1, Shandana, was second. Number 5, Sarah Harper, third. Number 3, Be Like Water, fourth. 2-1-5-3, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fourth race official. 2-1-5-3, the official results. In the winner's circle for race 4, the official winner of the Woods Edge, number 2, Center Isle, owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best, trained by Paulo Lobo, Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey. Center Isle, a 5-year-old mare by Into Mischief, out of specification by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Breffney Farm. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.41 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Woods Edge trophy presentation to the connections of Center Isle. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. Fast track firm turf today, rail at 0 feet on the turf course. Race 5, scratch the 4, Red Jewel. Again, scratch the 4, Red Jewel. Overweight, number 1 is +1. Number 1 out of nothing at all, the jockey 1 pound over. Sixth race, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Scratch the 5, Love Reigns. That's in the sixth race, scratch the 5, Love Reigns. Jockey for the 1, Revere Note, Declan Cannon. Number 1, Revere Note, Declan Cannon. The jockey weight is okay. Overweight, the 6, Numero 6. Jockey 3 pounds over. Number 6, 3 pounds over. Seventh race, scratch number 3, Cagliostro. That's the seventh race, scratch number 3, Cagliostro. Race 8, the Castle and Key Bourbon. Take out the also eligibles, 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Race 9, the featured Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, no show wagering on the 9th. Again, no show wagering on race 9. 10th and final event, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Also scratch 15, Mark It Off. And scratch 16, Western River. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch 6, February Sun. Scratch 15, Mark It Off. And scratch 16, Western River. A reminder, number 13 and 14, Celerity and Blanket of Roses, draw into the race.
Race number 5 starts the Sunday Pick 6 here at Keeneland. First level allowance condition, optional $100,000 event for the 2-year-old fillies, which will be going a mile and a 16th on the main track. The number 7 horse at 4-1 right now. Closed caption is my top selection. Filly by Tapiture showed good, put together a good race, I should say, in that last race off the pace. I think the breeding is there to stretch out, and from the outside draw, hopefully can get a little bit forward with Corey Lannery. I like the price on this filly that we're getting on closed caption, and I got to like the dirt race from her on the 22nd of September following the debut at Kentucky Downs on grass.
Yeah, it was a successful transition to the main track. She closed from off the pace to get that victory. Last time out, she's bred to handle a little bit more distance. We'll see. I think she's a filly that might not, we won't see her run the same race. I think she'll probably be a little closer to the pace today.
Play the Music, the 3 is Gabby's top selection for Glassman Racing. Mark Casse, 1 for 1 in her career. Here's another 2-year-old by Motown on the card that's moving from grass to dirt.
And she's by Motown. We see his progeny be pretty versatile in terms of the surfaces that they can take to. She, I think, has a good pedigree to take a liking to the main track. And honestly, Scott, I think she just won that first race because she's good. She has a lot of raw talent. If you go back and watch the race, Joao Rosario had her in hand throughout. It didn't look like there was a point of the race that she was going to lose. So she just has that natural ability, natural speed. I think the surface change and distance change is going to be just fine.
Aztec Knights is my second choice, daughter of Sharp Azteca, and boy, his 2-year-olds from this first crop have been flying throughout the country. And this filly, part of it, she was a debut winner at Saratoga. She then ran in the Bolton Landing at Saratoga, that stakes race that produced Dance Macabre, who would come out of there and win a stake at Kentucky Downs. So she's got good form, and I think that another one part of these young stallions that has the pedigree to move over to the dirt, no problem, given Sharp Azteca was a Grade 1 winner on dirt.
Exactly, and I went back and forth on this filly because she is by Sharp Azteca, which means dirt, but at the same time, the female family, the mare, she was a stakes-winning turf sprinter, and I think there was a reason why Wayne Catalano debuted her on the turf and then brought her back in the Bolton Landing. I do think that this might be an experiment, and we'll see if she prevails. I mean, some of her workouts on the main track have been impressive, including that 5 furlong workout in a minute, best out of 52 that day.
5 Friendly Persuasion is the number 5. BG Stables, Michael McCarthy, daughter of Arrogate. Is the shine a little worn off on her, given that Fun and Feisty didn't really show up all that much in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades?
That is a longer conversation for another day. I just think with those 2-year-old races, yes, we want to see the running lines, the horses that they've competed against, but we don't know what happened with Fun and Feisty. Yes, she didn't show up, but she meant to run. She was well meant in that most recent race. With Friendly Persuasion, I still think this is a bit of a class relief from her last race, but Scott, she also met an easy field when she broke her maiden in Indiana, as it was an off-the-turf race.
Race number 5, 2-year-old fillies going 2 turns here at Keeneland. 18 minutes to post. Start of the Pick 6 is next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Crestwood allow its optional claiming race for a $100,000 prize. 2-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 4, Red Jewel. Number 4, Red Jewel is scratched. A reminder, the overweight number 1 out of Nothing at All, the jockey 1 pound over. Double pick 3 and start of the pick 6, no carryover. Fast track firm turf, 5 minutes to post.
Taking a look at the 3-horse Play the Music. Here's a filly that we talked about on the paddock side. That is a daughter of Motown, who's 1 for 1. And that 1 win coming over on the turf course at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, I just got a good look at her, and I really like what I see. She just looks like a very strong individual. When you look at her shoulder, when you look at her hindquarters, she just looks extremely powerful, Scott. I love the way she kind of extends her front legs and then also pushes off her hind legs. I mean, she just has a lot of efficiency in her stride. So I like what I see. And also, you kind of look for those signs of turf horses, big flat turf hoof, kind of slack pasterns. I don't necessarily see that. I think she physically looks like she can transition to the main track.
Up to something is the 6-horse filly by Into Mischief, Keeneland graduate from the September sale last year. 1 for 1 on dirt. Then they tried her on the turf course at Kentucky Downs. Part of our Today at Keeneland show this morning, and part of the Clocker report as well. So she's been training well according to the Clocker. Watch out for Up to Something here in race number 5. And then Aztec Knights, the 8, just spoke to Wayne Catalano, her conditioner, and she was entered in the J.P. Morgan Chase Jessamine, but on the also eligible, so did not draw into the race. So this was the backup plan, and that's why she's here today. And he has confidence that she'll be able to handle the dirt with that pedigree.
That's interesting. It was a field of 14, and I know a lot of horses, a lot of horsemen, unfortunately got excluded from that race, so you kind of have to go back to the drawing board. And she's probably doing well, and he wants to run her, so why not try her on the main track? This is the time of year that we see horsemen try the dirt with successful or with talented fillies in hopes of next year, and maybe making the way to the Kentucky Oaks. I will say, I don't know if she's going to like the dirt as much as she does as the turf, but she looks great. She is well turned out. When you look at her coat compared to the rest in the field, I mean, she just physically looks like a standout.
Good group of fillies coming together. Race number 5 here at Keeneland, as they'll be going 2 turns at a mile and a 16th. And this does once again start the pick 6 for the Sunday card.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Crestwood, start of the pick 6. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There's Friendly Persuasion. Friendly Persuasion comes out for the early lead, but has company. Play the Music is right there to the inside and step quicker as they head to the first turn. Aztec Knights comes away in third up on the outside. Out of Nothing at All comes away running in fourth, but Play the Music has the lead. Play the Music against the rail. Leads it by 3/4 of a length. Friendly Persuasion now relegated to second. Out of Nothing at All challenges for third. Aztec Knights is there on the outside of that one. Has third by just ahead. Closed Caption right behind that pair. Fifth heading off the first turn. Up to Something is next. Then a gap of nearly 10 more lengths back to Need Some Money, who's last. Opening quarter went in 23.51 seconds. Play the Music, leading Friendly Persuasion up the backstretch. Half length separates the top two. Out of Nothing at All is third toward the inside. There's Aztec Knights out in the center of the track in fourth. Closed Caption fifth in between horses, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Up to Something comes next. Then a break of 6 more lengths now back to Need Some Money. Last first half mile, 48.05 seconds. Over to the far turn. Play the Music has the lead. Leads it by a half length. Friendly Persuasion second, a length and a half. Aztec Knights is third by just a neck. Closed Caption shifting lanes down to the inside in fourth. Gap of 2 up to Something is in fifth position. Margin of 6 more lengths still back to Need Some Money past the quarter pole. And then Out of Nothing at All, who's dropped out to last. Top of the short stretch. Here's Friendly Persuasion right alongside of Play the Music. These two on even terms for the lead. A break of 5 more lengths then back to Closed Caption. Up to Something toward the inside. And coming to the 8th pole, Friendly Persuasion has put away Play the Music, and Friendly Persuasion, blink of an eye here, opens up by 7-8 lengths in deep stretch. Closed Caption goes to second, no catching. Friendly Persuasion, John Velasquez aboard for the win. Closed Caption got second, and then Play the Music third, close for fourth.
The Arrogate filly, friendly Persuasion, making it look easy at this distance of 1 1/16 as she hung right there with the pace setter. But once they got to the top of the stretch, she really started to extend her lead and extend herself and put on a show here today for Michael McCarthy and Johnny Velasquez.
And she was all racehorse today, but Johnny Velasquez putting her in the perfect position to press the pace. She pressed the 3, played the music throughout, and she stayed in the clear, but she really was just so much the best in the end, widening the margin coming down the stretch under Johnny V.
In the winner's circle, unofficial winner of Keeneland's 5th race, the Crestwood number 5 Friendly Persuasion, owned by BG Stables of George Yeager, trained by Michael McCarthy, John Velasquez, the jockey. Friendly Persuasion, 2-year-old filly by Arrogate out of Brazen Persuasion by Indian Charlie, bred in Florida by Bridlewood Farm. 1 1/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 47.59 seconds. Awaiting result of that photo for 4th. In the winner's circle, the Crestwood Trophy presentation to the connections of Friendly Persuasion. Dead heat for 4th. 6 Up to Something and 8 Aztec Knights. Dead heat for 4th. Results of Keeneland's 5th race official. 5, 7, 3, and then the 6 and the 8 in that dead heat for 4th. Official. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5, also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. Turf is firm today, rail at 0 feet. A reminder, scratch the 5, Love Reigns. That's in this 6th race, scratch number 5, Love Reigns. Jockey for the 1, Revere Note, Declan Cannon. Number 1, Revere Note, jockey Declan Cannon, weight is okay. Overweight, number 6, Numero 6, jockey 3 pounds over. 7th race, scratch number 3, Cagliostro. That's the 7th race, scratch number 3, Cagliostro. 8th race, the Castle and Key Bourbon. Take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16, they did not draw into the race. Featured 9th, Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, no show wagering. No show wagering on the 9th. 10th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Scratch the 15, Mark It Off, and the 16, Western River. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Also scratch 15, Mark It Off, and 16, Western River. A reminder, both number 13 and 14, Celerity and Blanket of Roses, draw into the race.
owner, I love the Breeders' Cup win in your in-series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
So if we're considering two different races and one was a win and you're in and one was a not, then I think that would be the tiebreaker for us.
Automatic berth takes a lot of pressure off.
Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
This is a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. It is the Indian Summer Stakes, 5.5 furlongs on the turf course for these 2-year-olds. Big scratch in here. Love Reigns, we learned earlier this morning, would not compete. Wesley Ward, that camp, stating that they're going to train her into the Breeders' Cup, so look for her in about a month's time. But right now we're looking at Private Creed, the 11 horse, who is the favorites in the wagering outside draw. This colt by Jimmy Creed has run 3 good races, including winning a stakes race at Kentucky Downs off the pace with Joelle in the saddle.
Yeah, looking at him in the paddock just a moment ago, Scott, he is a big, strong-looking individual for trainer Steve Asmussen. I almost think that 6.5 furlongs, the distance that he won last time out, kind of was the perfect scenario for him. After seeing what he looks like physically, 5.5 furlongs even in his debut looked like a stretch. I think that's just a testament to his natural ability and talent. Now, the bad thing about him is that he has this outside post position. There are faster horses to his inside, and he might get caught with a wide trip.
You've got the 8-horse Monsieur Coco on top. This is a colt by Bolt Doro, who's won his last 2, but they came on the synthetic track at Gulfstream Park.
They did, and sometimes we can see synthetic translate more to turf than to dirt, so I thought that that was encouraging. But Bolt d'Oro, his progeny, 5 of them have actually tried a turf sprints. He's 0 for 5 in terms of the sire. On the bottom side, this horse is a half to a horse by the name of Mojo Man, who is a stakes-winning dirt sprinter. So the jury's still out in terms of the pedigree and how he might like this surface. But Scott, he doesn't even really look like a turf sprinter. He's a very big, long, rangy-looking horse. I'm very curious to see how he runs today.
Numero 6 is number 6, and there she is. She's a filly tackling the boys, and because she is a filly, she gets a weight allowance. She's carrying considerably less weight. I shouldn't say considerably, up to 5 pounds less than some of these horses, more on the side of 3. But she is a filly that has put together a strong campaign on the grass in her last 2. She broke her maiden at Saratoga, and then she ran into Dance Macabre, a filly that we've referred to multiple times here at Keeneland in that untappable stakes at Kentucky Downs. So a little bit of weight relief for a filly that should be showing speed if all goes well.
She should, and I do like the cutback in distance for her. She ran against a filly by the name of Dance Macabre last time out, who won the untappable, and she's a very, very nice horse. Not to say that this is a class relief by any means, but that was a tough race. It was a tough stakes race, excuse me. We'll see if she makes the lead. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe she can sit a stalking trip on the cutback from 6.5 furlongs, but she does look really well in the paddock today for Joe Sharp.
Wesley Ward does have a runner in here, even with the scratch of Love Reigns. No Nay Hudson by that very good stallion, No Nay Never. And that currently sits at odds of 2-1. So coming close to being the favorite, if not, versus the Asmussen runner. But here is a colt that was second to Oxymore in the Skidmore at Saratoga. But you can never ignore Wesley Ward in these turf sprints at Keeneland.
I have regrets, Scott. I have regrets not picking this horse, especially in my top 3. He just looks like he's ready to roll. He looks very strong, great, shiny, healthy-looking coat. Wesley just looks like he's got this horse in very good form right now.
He does look phenomenal in those all-weather stalls right now as he stands, getting settled in and getting ready to move to the next stage of the paddock proceedings. And then we'll wrap up the paddock side coverage with Ghent, the number 2 horse, who is 35-1 for Sarah Hamilton, a colt that broke through with a maiden win at Horseshoe Indianapolis last time out. So this is a big step up for this 2-year-old son of Cairo Prince. 35-1 right now as the Indian Summer Stakes presented by Keeneland Select will gain one of these horses, the winner, an automatic entry into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 5th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint Division. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed firm. Temporary rail is down today. Starts the late pick 5, double and pick 3 wagering also featured. This also begins the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 6, 8, and 10 comprise that wager. In this 6th race, scratch the 5, Love Reigns. Number 5, Love Reigns is scratched. Jockey for the 1, Revere Note, Declan Cannon. Declan Cannon rides the 1. The weight is okay. Overweight the 6, Numero 6, the jockey 3 pounds over. 7 minutes to post. Now the post parade for the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Number 1, Revere Note, owned by Beach Spring Stables of Hugh Mornall, trained by Mark Ricker, jockey Declan Cannon. 2 is Ghent, owned by Thomas Van Meter II and Ken Ming, trained by Sarah Hamilton, jockey Francisco Arrieta. 3, Bourbon Therapy, owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff and trained by Mike Maker, jockey Luis Saez. 4, KB See Ya Later, owned by Joe Sharp, who is also the trainer. Dylan Davis is the jockey. 5 is Scratch. 6, Numero 6, owned by Highlander Training Center of Larry Hirsch, trained by Joe Sharp, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 7, No Nay Hudson, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, for the People Racing Stable LLC of Mike Morgan, trained by Wesley Ward, John Velasquez to ride. 8, Monsieur Coco, owned by St. George Stable LLC of Herman Lorea, trained by Fausto Gutierrez, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 9, Mustache, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, trained by Victoria Oliver, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. 10, Castelmola, owned by Eduardo Terrazas, trained by Cirilo Gorostieta, Edgar Morales to ride. 11, Private Creed, owned by Mike McCarty, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Joel Rosario. Post time, 5 minutes.
Warming up for the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 6, 8, and 10. The sequence there also started the late pick 5, so the beginning of quite a few important wagers here at Keeneland on this Sunday card, as we'll start with the number 7 horse, who's still 2-1, along with the 11 horse, that being Private Creed, but that is No Nay Hudson, and boy, does he have a big engine behind him, strong hindquarters. It's the definition of a sprinter from a physical perspective, in my opinion. He is a gorgeous colt by No Nay Never, and boy, if he can run to his looks, he looks to be very dangerous in this spot. Monsieur Coco is also another one that looks beautiful out there. Fausto Gutierrez and his team for St. George Stable have really turned this colt out nicely. We'll see how he handles the turf course here today. A gorgeous son of Bolt D'Oro, that Keeneland September sale graduate from 2021. And then finally, the 11, Private Creed. He's a big, long colt by Jimmy Creed. I would not be surprised if beyond these types of races, if we see him stretch out successfully, just given how long he is. He is a beautiful son of Jimmy Creed, and Steve Asmussen and his team, they always do such a great job in turning out their horses, regardless of the level, whether it be a stakes race or lower level races. But boy, he looks phenomenal out there for Mike McCarty and Joel Rosario in the saddle. Should be a cracker. We are 4 minutes away from race number 6, Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 5th running of the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. They are at the post. They're off in the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Numero 6 comes right out for the lead. No Nay Hudson gets away in second. Ghent is there in third, down toward the inside in the opening strides, followed by Castelmola, fourth out in the center of the course. KB, see you later, shifting lanes to the inside in fifth. Bourbon Therapy is sixth. Private Creed, 3 lanes off the rail in seventh in between horses, running 4 lengths off the lead. Monsieur Coco is right behind that one in eighth. Moustache is toward the outside in ninth, and Revere Note last of the 10. 21.68 seconds the time for the opening quarter. It is Ghent who has the lead. No Nay Hudson swings up to the far outside. Numero 6 is between that pair. Here's No Nay Hudson striding forward. Now Private Creed is behind him, still 3 lengths from the front. Ghent still hanging in there to this point. No Nay Hudson alongside. Private Creed third, 3 lengths away. Ghent fights on. Here comes Private Creed. No Nay Hudson between horses. No Nay Hudson ahead in front. Private Creed is striding forward from the outside. Moustache is running late. Private Creed in front, though. Private Creed wins it by almost a full length on the line. A big run by Moustache down the stretch to grab second. 102.3. That is a stakes record.
That is Private Creed with a phenomenal stretch run to take the Indian Summer here. Those big, long strides really working out for him. And also the 9. How about the late run from the 9? Moustache, he put together quite a run at odds of 5-1, but gets unlucky there. Had to shift in, runs up on the back of a horse there, Gabby. But in the end, it's Private Creed at 5-2, taking the Indian Summer.
And mid-stretch, I thought that there was no way that No Nay Hudson was going to lose, but he started to idle as we got closer to the finish line. The 11 Private Creed with a brilliant ride under Joel Rosario, getting the victory really easily in the end, and some traffic troubles with the number 9 Moustache, but a very impressive victory. Private Creed for trainer Steve Asmussen.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: 11 Private Creed first, 9 Moustache was second, 7 No Nay Hudson third, and the 2 Ghent was fourth. 11.972 unofficial. Objection sign posted on the infield board. It concerns the unofficial second-place finisher. The trainer of number 8, Monsieur Coco, has lodged a claim of foul against number 9, Moustache, alleging interference in the stretch. Again, the trainer of the 8, Monsieur Coco, has lodged a claim of foul against the 9, Moustache, alleging interference in the stretch. Claim of foul pending concerning the unofficial runner-up. Please hold all tickets. Split screen on the television monitors, the program feed to the left and the head-on view to the right. Hold all tickets. In the winner's circle for race 6, the unofficial winner, number 11, Private Creed in the Indian Summer, owned by Mike McCarty, trained by Steve Asmussen, jockey Joel Rosario. Private Creed, a 2-year-old son of Jimmy Creed, out of South Andros by Sky Mesa, bred in Kentucky by Sierra Farm. Keeneland September grad, stakes record 1 minute 2.3 seconds. Claim of foul pending concerning the unofficial runner-up. Hold all tickets. Trophy presentation for the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select, a Win in Your End Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint Division race. Presenting the trophy, Paul Haskin of Lexington, charter gold member of Keeneland Select.
Private Creed with those big long strides taking the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select. Steve Asmussen and Joel Rosario join me here in the winner's circle. How were those big long strides? How'd that work out for you?
Oh, it worked out perfect. I mean, he showed, they right a lot of speed without, post position in the outside. And, I mean, the whole time we just, just obey the passengers. He did a job.
Well done, Joel.
Thank you.
Steve, this horse just is a gorgeous-looking individual, and the way that he won this sprint, you think we've seen the best of him even yet at this point in time?
Well, as you'd mentioned, heard in the race before, he acts like he'd go further, but with the success he's having sprinting, we're very happy to keep doing this with him for now.
What do you think is the key to him taking a step forward for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint?
Well, with the addition of blinkers, he's 2 for 2, so we definitely like that.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Private Creed securing a spot into the Breeders' Cup in the Juvenile Turf Sprint, taking the Indian Summer, presented by Keeneland Select.
No change in the result. 11-9-7-2 stands. And it is official for Keeneland's 6th race. 11-9-7-2 official. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Track is fast, turf is firm today in the 7th race, scratch 3, Cagliostro. Scratch 3, Cagliostro. Race 8. The Castle and Key Bourbon take out the also eligibles. Numbers 13 through 16, they did not draw into the race. Featured 9th race, the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, no show wagering. No show wagering on race 9. 10th and final race, no carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Scratch 15, Mark It Off. And scratch 16, Western River. That's in the 10th race. Scratch 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Scratch 15, Mark It Off. And 16, Western River. A reminder, both number 13, Celerity, and number 14, Blanket of Roses, draw into the race.
Race number 7 starts the late pick 4 here today at Keeneland Racecourse. We're looking at the number 7 horse in this 2-year-old maiden special weight. That is Fashion King for Steve Asmussen and Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. First-time starter colt by City of Light that Mandy Pope purchased for $485,000 last year at the Keeneland September sale. A well-bred City of Lights have gotten to go in here as of late, led by horses such as Chop Chop. So Fashion King, we'll see if Asmussen can go back-to-back on the card, has put in some sharp workouts over at Churchill Downs.
I've been so impressed from what I've seen from the progeny of City of Light at the yearling sale last year when we were getting our first opportunity to see these babies and how they've progressed into their 2-year-old season. I think he's going to have a big year, the second half of the year, even bigger year next year as we keep seeing these City of Lights surface in the afternoon. So Fashion King is a horse that I use second in here, but he looks well prepared for this debut.
Perform is the number 2 horse, my third choice. Gabby's top selection. Perform has experience. He's a good magic colt from his first crop. Another Keeneland September sales graduate. Was second on debut. Ran into a next out winner by the name of Lost Ark back in July at Belmont. And then the follow-up was a 4th at Saratoga. So a couple months off. Shug McGahee going to add the blinkers to this colt here today. And as we talk about all the time with Shug horses, they just tend to get better each and every start that they make.
Yeah, exactly. He has the fitness. He has a good inside jaw given the way he runs. He was on the lead. He was in the thick of it last time out. And, you just don't really know what to make of some of these first-time starters, Scott. But with him, I thought his races are adequate. And if none of the first-time starters can step up to the plate today, he has the experience, and that experience is good enough.
McEnroe, the number 1, another first-time starter. Not the best draws for any horse coming out of the chute, going 7 furlongs especially, but this is the hand that he and Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm have been dealt. Colt by Justified that was purchased out of the September sale last year here at Keeneland for $275,000. And Justify, another first crop stallion who's had a tremendous amount of success here in 2022 with his first crop of 2-year-olds and this colt being part of it.
Yeah, you just kind of wish that he didn't draw the rail. The rail is tough at 7 furlongs to begin with. It's even tougher for a first-time starter. I'm sure Rudy Brisset is enthralled with the draw, but look, horses can overcome it, and I think he's being bet really well right now, considering the 2 is 6-5. He's on the board right now as a co-third choice at 5-1, and he's got a wonderful pedigree. We'll see what he's made of today.
Looking forward to seeing these youngsters out on the track warming up, but they are taken through their final stages of being saddled for race number 7. Again, a reminder, this one does start the late pick 4, which will include the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes and the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elkdale maiden special weight 2-year-olds at 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 3, Cagliostro. Main track is fast, turf firm, post time 6 minutes.
There's a look at the number 4 horse right now, Beau Day for Jack Hancock, and young rider Brooke Bayes, 10-pound apprentice, getting this opportunity here at Keeneland today, Gabby.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I talked to Jack Hancock, the trainer of this horse, and she actually has been riding out for his brother, John, and Dwayne Lucas, and he said he's been really impressed by her. She doesn't have any horse racing blood in her family. She just has a lot of drive, a lot of determination, and he's been really impressed by what he's seen in the morning.
We wish Brooke Bayes the best. Safe journey for her and all these riders here in race number 7. Let's go to the 1-horse McEnroe. This is Tom Leach's long shot. He is a big, long colt by Justify. He's got his daddy size, that's for sure. $275,000 Keeneland September yearling graduate. So he looks like a 7 furlong type. I don't think the distance will be a problem for him. It's just a matter of the journey from that inside post position. So McEnroe at 5-1. Tom Leach coming with the long shot pick with this first-time starter for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. The number 6 horse, Aerator. He looks like a quick colt by Munnings. He might be able to outrun him early on away from the starting gate for Corey Lannery. We'll see how he fares. There he is, the gray son of Munnings, out of the Maria's Mon First Dam Flask, who has been a productive broodmare. 4 winners from her 6 runners. So Aerator, if you're looking for a price, 10-1 on him as well. And then Fashion King, another big, long colt in this race by City of Lights. He looks definitely like a 2-turn horse down the line, but the jumping off point here is 7 furlongs, which again I think will not be an issue for him, looking on his fitness and the way that he is built for Whisper Hill Farm. Another Keeneland graduate from the September sale last year. $485,000 is what he was purchased for a year ago. It is 3 minutes to post. Race number 7 here at Keeneland, start of our late pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elkdale, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Perform is there from the inside. Awkward move coming away from the gate for Baudet, who had to drop out to the back of the pack. Raise Cane is going to move up for the lead from Fashion King, and they're joined by Perform, who's down toward the inside. These three line up across the track, heading up the back stretch, and they've opened up here by 3.5 lengths. Back to McEnroe. McEnroe moves up the rail into the 4th position, 4th by just a half length. Air Raider is 5th. Monbequake is in 6th. What a Blast moves by that one from 7th on the outside. Baudet picks up 1 position from last, and Macho Villa is now the trailer. 22.89 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Perform is the leader. Fashion King is 2nd, and next separates the top 2. Raise Cane far outside is 3rd, a length and a half off the leader now, followed by What a Blast, who goes to 4th, outside of Air Raider between horses 5th. McEnroe 6th toward the inside is 7 lengths off the lead, just over a quarter mile to go, and Perform is the leader. Perform leading Fashion King by 3 lengths now. Raise Cane 3rd up on the outside. What a Blast has to go to the center of the track, 5 from the front, and 4th they turn for home. Perform is the leader. Perform has the lead, but now here comes Raise Cane, and Fashion King is in close quarters there between horses. Raise Cane has taken the lead past the 8th pole. Raise Cane is now in front. Perform is 2nd, and then Fashion King is in 3rd. It is Raise Cane for Gerardo Corrales past the 16th pole. Raise Cane is going to win it. Raise Cane home in front. Fashion King did rally back to grab 2nd from Perform in 3rd.
Raise Cane taking a big leap forward here today off of that debut effort over at Churchill Downs. He'd been working well, according to the times here at Keeneland Racecourse, and puts it all together and got played down to 5-1 for Ben Colebrook.
I think that just shows you how strong that maiden race was at Churchill Downs. As he comes out of the race that Loggins won. We saw Loggins yesterday in the Grade 1 Breeders' Futurity. This horse just putting on a show today. Everything came really easily to him. He showed a little bit of speed coming out of the gate, and in the end, a multiple length winner. It's going to be 8-7-2 across the board unofficially.
Objection sign posted on the infield board at Keeneland. There is a claim of foul that has been lodged by the jockey of number 7, Fashion King. against the unofficial winner, number 8, Race Kane, alleging interference in the vicinity of the 3/16 pole. Please hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the top 2 in the unofficial result. Again, the jockey of the 7, Fashion King, claim a foul against the 8, Race Kane, alleging interference near the 3/16 pole. Hold all tickets. On the video boards, the split screen, again, program feed to the left, head on to the right. Hold all tickets. No change. No change in the result. Result will stand as is. 8-7-2-10. That result will stand. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elkdale number 8 Raise Cane, now the official winner. Owned by Andrew and Randy Warren, trained by Ben Colebrook. 2 wins today for jockey Gerardo Corrales. Raise Cane, a 2-year-old son of violence out of Lemon Bell by Lemon Drop Kid, bred in Kentucky by Rockridge Thoroughbreds LLC. Keeneland September graduate gets the 7 furlongs in 1 minute 25.07 seconds over the fast main track. 8-7-2-10, the official results for Keeneland's 7th race. In the winner's circle, the Elkdale Trophy presentation to the connections of Raise Cane. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the Castle and Key Bourbon. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Double wagering also offered here. Turf is listed firm, rail at 0 feet today. Take out the also eligibles in this 8th race. 13 through 16, they did not draw into the race. Featured 9th, the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster, no show wagering. That's the featured 9th race, no show wagering. 10th and final event, scratch the 1 Chantry Flats, scratch the 6 February Sun, scratch 15 Mark It Off, and 16 Western River. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch 1 Chantry Flats, 6 February Sun, 15 Mark It Off, and 16 Western River. A reminder, number 13 Celerity draws into the race, and number 14 Blanket of Roses also draws into the race.
The Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes is next. Breeders' Cup winning, you're in for the juvenile turf here at Keeneland next month. 1 1/8 miles is the distance. Starts the late pick 3 on this 10-race card. There is a look at Deer District, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale last year, colt from the first crop of Oscar Performance, who has run 2 big races on the grass course, one at Ellis, one at Kentucky Downs, and came up just shy in defeat of winning the juvenile stakes at Kentucky Downs in his most recent effort. He definitely is a player in here, and the tote board is reflecting it. He is 9-2 right now for trainer Dale Romans. So Deer District, my top selection. I think that getting back to a conventional turf course here today will aid him, and I think that off of those experiences, that'll go a long way for him in putting together a strong effort. Love the price on Deer District, again, son of Oscar Performance. The number 10 horse on the outside is really good, really good. Blinkers being added to this hard-spun colt. He, too, comes out of that juvenile stake at Kentucky Downs. And as we talk so often this time of the year, fresh off of the Kentucky Downs meet, horses can improve just simply getting back to a flat track. We know the undulations, the uniqueness of Kentucky Downs, and it's not saying that he ran a bad race, which he did, but obviously he was right there with Reckoning Force and Deer District, finishing third just behind them. So we'll see how he fares with Tyler Gaffalione, who rides this turf course so brilliantly each and every season, whether it's the spring or fall. 6-1 right now on Really Good in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. The number 6 horse is Boppio for Mark Cassie. He's 1-for-1 on grass, and he's a stakes winner on the turf course, winning the Grade 3 with anticipation at the end of August, late in the season at Saratoga. So definitely a player in here. As we move over to the 3-horse Reckoning Force for Brendan Walsh, formerly with Joseph O'Brien, stays stateside, so moves over to this new barn, a colt that won the juvenile stakes at Kentucky Downs. We'll see how he fares here today back at Keeneland. I should say at Keeneland for the first time. His previous runs on the grass came up at Saratoga, where he came up shy in those maiden special weight events. So he actually broke his maiden in the juvenile stakes, and he's a horse that settles and makes a run like so many of them in this race are going to attempt to do. So Reckoning Force right now 7-2. That makes him the shortest price in the wagering as the favorite, but a wide open Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes is coming up. We'll give you our front side thoughts once they make their way over to the front side. But a reminder, this is a Breeders' Cup Challenge Series win and you're in for the juvenile turf here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 32nd running of the Castle and Key Bourbon. Grade 2, win and year-end Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division. A mile and a 16th over the firm turf here today. Temporary rail is down. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time is 6 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Castle and Key Bourbon. Number 1, B Minor, owned by Walking L Thoroughbreds of Scott Leeds, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 2, Panama, owned by William K. Warner, trained by Brian Lynch, Luis Saez to ride. 3, Reckoning Force, owned by Fergus Galvin, Mark DeTample, and Magnolia Racing Syndicate LLC of Olivia Perkins Smackey, trained by Brendan Walsh, Joel Rosario, the jockey. 4, Deer District, owned by Baxter Farm, LLC of Jim Bakke and Jerry Isbister, trained by Dale Romans, Martine Garcia to ride. 5 is Rarefied Flair, owned by C&H Diamond Racing, LLC of Greg Back and Al LaRose, owned also by David Menard, and Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by Al Riccio, trained by Kenny McPeak. Corey Lannery is up. 6, Boppy O, owned by Breeze Easy LLC of Mike Hall, owned also by John Oxley, trained by Mark Cassie, jockey Dylan Davis. 7, Hendrickson, owned by Herring Swell Racing Club of Graham Motion, owned also by Carl and Yuri Pascarella. Graham Motion trains, and Mikkel Michel will ride. Number 8, Accident, owned by Tommy Short and Robert Heyer, trained by Tommy Short, jockey Isaiah Wiseman. 9, Gigante, owned by Iapetus Racing of Craig Taylor, owned by Diamond T Racing of Victoria Taylor, trained by Steve Asmussen, Vince Chaminade, the rider. Number 10 is Really Good, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, owned also by David Stodiker and Jason Ash, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 11, Our Dream Ride, owned by Bourbon Lane Stable of Jamie Hill and Mike McMahon, owned also by Circle N Thoroughbreds of Byron Nimitz, trained by Ian Wilkes, Julian Leperoux, the jockey. Number 12, and the winner is, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Wayne Catalano, Flavian Pratt, will ride. Post time, less than 5 minutes.
There is a look at the number 6 horse warming up, Boppy O, for Mark Cassie, Bolt Doro Colts, who is 2 for 3 in his career. 1 win on the main track, 1 win on the turf course, most recently in the With Anticipation when he won at 23-1. And right now he is a far cry from that. 7-1 right now in the wagering in this wide open Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
He's a half to Papacap, who is a graded stakes winner on the dirt, so no surprise why this horse started his career off sprinting on the dirt. But his transition to the turf was successful. It was a good race last time out in the With Anticipation. I do think that the turf that day was particularly heavy. It had rained a lot the night before at Saratoga, and we saw the top 2 finishers go 1-2 around the racetrack. I think it might play a little bit differently today.
There he is, continuing his warm-up for Breeze Easy and Mr. Oxley, the owners of this colt that they bought for $190,000 at the September sale of last year. Again, 7-1 on the tote board as it stands right now. The favorite is the number 3 horse. That is Reckoning Force for Brendan Walsh. We'll see how he fares here at Keeneland, making his Keeneland debut. 3 minutes to post before they win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. This is the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 32nd running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, Grade 2. They are at the post. And they're off in the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes. Reckoning Force got pinched back at the start. Here comes Panama out for the early lead. Panama goes right to the front of the opening strides. B minor is there to the inside. Here's Deer District moving up. Papio comes away running in the 4th position. Gigante is 5th up on the outside as they head for the first turn. Rarefied Flare down toward the inside of horses is in 6th position, followed by Hendrickson between horses in 7th. Really Good moves up wide around the turn from the 8th spot, and the winner is 9th. Accident is 10th. Our Dream Ride is 11th. And Reckoning Force, after that awkward start, last of the 12. 22.34 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Panama, the leader. Panama leads it by a half length, midpoint of the back stretch. Deer District is second a half length. Gigante, third up on the outside. B minor is 4th toward the inside. Bapio is in the 5th position. It was 45.81 seconds for that opening half mile. Rarefied Flare, 6th back toward the rail. Hendrickson, Really Good up on the outside. And then Accident back toward the inside, followed around the turn by And the Winner Is, who's still 10 from the front. Reckoning Force, nearly a dozen lengths from the lead, is side by side with Our Dream Ride at the back. Off the far turn, Panama is the leader and leads it by a length. Deer District is in 2nd. B minor is in 3rd. Gigante is 4th. Bapio is 5th. Panama, Deer District right alongside now. These two going at it. Here comes And the Winner Is. And the winner is striding forward for the lead. A late rally from Our Dream Ride from 5th, but And the Winner Is to the front. Really Good's going to run late, but And the Winner Is indeed has won the Castle and Key Bourbon for Flavian Pratt. 1 minute, 41.27 seconds, a stakes record.
We continue to see these stakes records fall on this firm turf course at Keeneland on opening weekend of the fall meet, and the winner is, he touted himself in his training. His trainer touted him in the days leading up to the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes, and boy, did he come through with a brilliant performance here today, winning from that outside draw.
Wayne Catalano has had so much confidence with this horse's ability and how he's been training leading into the race. He said, quote, he's training like a monster. If he runs the way he's been training, he's going to win. Well, we just saw him put on an amazing performance here this afternoon. Just look at his stride, lengthening out, coming to the finish line, and he just made this incredibly impressive move, closing from off the pace. Quick turn of foot. This is a horse that has a lot of talent and a bright future, and the winner is with the victory.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 12, and the winner is, finished first. Number 4, Deer District, second. Number 10, Really Good, was third. Number 5, Rarefied Flair, fourth. 12-4, 10-5, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official. 12-4, 10-5, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 32nd running of the Castle and Key Bourbon Grade 2, number 12, and the winner is owned and bred in Kentucky by Susan Moulton, trained by Wayne Catalano, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. And the winner is a 2-year-old son of Oscar Performance out of Run Like the Boss by Scat Daddy. Stakes record, 1 minute 41.27 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the firm turf. Now, the trophy presentation for the Castle and Key Bourbon, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Division race. Presenting the trophy, Will Arvin, owner and founder of Castle and Key Distillery. To the connections of, and the winner is.
And the winner is the winner of the Castle and Key Bourbon Stakes in brilliant fashion. Wayne Catalano and his pilot Flavian Pratt join me. And outside post, what was your approach going in with that outside draw on this turf course here at Keeneland?
Well, it was all depending on the way he was breaking out of the gate and the pace. Actually, the pace was good, and I was able to, stock myself inside a bit, and I was traveling really well all the way around. And when I tipped him out, he really gave me a great ton of foot. Wayne told me he was going to run great, and he was right.
Well done, Flavian.
Thank you.
Wayne, you told me starting yesterday morning, we were watching this horse train on the main track, that he was going to run big here today. Did you expect that kind of a flashy performance as we saw in the Castle and Key Bourbon?
100%. The way the horse was training, I thought he was going to win the race. I mean, obviously it's horse racing, anything can happen, but I go in thinking that we can win. Our horses feel it, and everything went like a plan. We got the race under the track. We had him off a soft track. We had no pace. Today we had pace. Everything came together like it should. When you're making a plan and it comes together, it's a great time.
When you see young horses react like that, what normally is the next step in keeping them in that same sort of form, especially with a big race like the Breeders' Cup just about a month away?
Well, what we're going to do is let him stay happy and, just not do a whole bunch with him. He's fit. He's got a couple of route races under him. We just keep him happy. Hopefully everything goes well, and we'll be ready for Breeders' Cup.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the winner is the son of Oscar Performance, Brilliant today in the Castle and Key Bourbon.
Thank you, baby.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the featured 67th running of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Main track is fast, starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No scratches, no jockey changes, but a reminder, no show wagering on race 9. No show wagering on the 9th. Looking ahead to that 10th and final race, a reminder in race 10, scratch the 1, Chantry Flats, scratch the 6, February Sun, scratch 15, Mark It Off, and 16, Western River. That's in the 10th and final race. Scratch 1, Chantry Flats, scratch the 6, February Sun, scratch 15, Mark It Off, and 16, Western River. A reminder, number 13, Celerity, draws into the race, and number 14, Blanket of Roses, also draws into the race.
Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster is in front of us. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff. And Malathaat, no surprise, the favorite in here at odds of 1-2 for Shadwell Stable. She's 2 for 2 here at Keeneland. She comes into this race off of a win in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign up at Saratoga. And this 1 1/8 distance is ideal for this type of filly. $1 million plus Keeneland September sales graduate from 2019. And she certainly has been well worth the investment for the team at Shadwell Stable.
Yes, I agree. And this race is, I think, a key race in terms of the Breeders' Cup Distaff, Scott. When you look at the group that is comprised of the Breeders' Cup Distaffers, Malathaat right now, I think it's between Malathaat and Nest, really. We saw Nest, a 10-length winner earlier today at Belmont in the Beldame. So let's see what Malathaat is capable of doing. She doesn't win by much. She kind of makes you hold your breath a little bit in terms of her getting up for the victory, but that just goes to show you the heart that she has. And Johnny Velasquez, who has been aboard her pretty much every start, has said the same thing, that this filly has so much heart.
Latruska, winner of this race last year, she's looking to join the likes of Bayakoa and Take Charge Lady as repeat winners of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. A last year champion, older female, capped off her, as far as victories were concerned, with the win in the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Things did not go as planned in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, as that pace was just not realistic for her to sustain and be part of in that spot, which was taken by the Japanese runner March Lorraine. But she came back with a couple of wins to kick off the campaign, but then since that win in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom Handicap, she's been defeated in both the Ogden Phipps and the Personal Ensign Stakes, but it's tough to knock a mare, Gabby, that's won 19 times. Let's not let that be lost on Latruska as she gets a little worked up down in the paddock. 19-time winner of her stature. Kudos to St. George Stable and Fausto Gutierrez for keeping her going.
Yeah, she is a little worked up in the paddock. I think there was just a little bit of a gust of wind, and it got her excited here in the paddock. So we'll see how she maintains as we get closer to post time. But yeah, she has accomplished so much. Now, looking at her past performances, she did have a better year last year. There's no doubt about it. She went from, winning the Phipps to the Fleur de Lis to the Personal Ensign to the Spinster, and then that insane pace in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. And she came back this year. She won the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, and her last race was just okay. She lost to Malathaat, but, it depends on if she gets pressured on the lead today, and the only other horse in here that I think is fast enough to do that is the 4 Played Hard. If she's not fast enough to do it, or if Latruska delivers her A game, I think she can pull it off today.
There is Played Hard, 6-1 right now. She's the third choice in this field of 5. Daughter of Into Mischief for Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer. She's a good filly. There's no question about it. She's made over $600,000, but is she good enough to go with Latruska and Malathaat? They've not asked her to run against levels such as this, but it's time. It's time for them to jump into the very deep into the pool, and that's exactly what they're doing with this Keeneland September sales graduate.
They did ask her one time, and one time only, and that was in the Grade 1 Alabama last year. She ran against Malathaat. She ran against Clairiere and Army Wife. She set the pace, and she faded to finish 5th out of 7 that day. But I will say, Scott, she's a better horse now, so why not take another stab at this type of competition right before the Breeders' Cup?
Getting set for the Riders' Up call for the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 67th running of the Juddmonte Spinster, Grade 1. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Distaff Division. Fillies and mares age 3 and up at 1 1/8 over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No scratches, no jockey changes in this ninth race, but a reminder, no show wagering. Post time, 7 minutes. Now the post parade for the Juddmonte Spinster. Number 1 is Malathaat, owned by Shadwell Stable of Gregory Clark, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey John Velasquez. 2, Army Wife, owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Luis Saez. 3, Latruska, owned by St. George Stable LLC of Herman Lorea, trained by Fausto Gutierrez, jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 4, Blade Hard, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Philip Bauer. Joel Rosario is the jockey. 5, Princess of Cairo, owned by Mark DiDomenico LLC of Mark DiDomenico, trained by Mike Puich, Giovanni Franco to ride. Post time, 6 minutes.
There's a look at Latruska, winner of the Juddmonte Spinster last season. Mentioned the elite company that she would join as far as horses and fillies that have been able to defend their title. Take Charge Lady, as well as Bayakoa, back-to-back winners of the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. And we'll see how she fares here today. We'll see how quick she can be away from the gate. She really hasn't shown a lot of perk to her step since coming out onto the track, but now we'll see if they get a little bit more aggressive with her in the warm-up as she moves the opposite direction past the grandstand right now. That is the defending champion, Latruska, who you're taking a look at. Odds of 5-2 right now as it stands with Tyler Gaffalione.
And the one thing about Latruska, too, Scott, is that she is so good, but when mares get older and older, you know, sometimes they can flatten out a little bit. So we'll see if she can come back. Taking a look at Malathaat, she looks perfection. From the moment I laid eyes on her, Scott, you could just tell the class. She exudes class, and she has not changed from day one.
Yeah, just the way that she walked out and took in the race course, and just having been here before, she just gave off that sense of, all right, it's time to go to work, and you can see her warming up, light warm-up for Malathaat. It's a filly that settles into a race and finishes off her competition late in those races. There's Played Hard. That is the filly that we talked about, paddock side for Rigney Racing. Good luck to the team of Richard Rigney and Phil Bauer with their Intermission filly, who's done quite well. So how can she get away if Latruska doesn't show quickness? Can she get away with something and maybe spring an upset in here? Is that a possibility with Played Hard?
Well, I just talked to Phil, and he said they're so happy with the post position because they can play the break. They can play it by ear. Joel Rosario rode her to victory last time out, so he understands. He knows this filly a little bit. She's taken on this caliber before in the past. I asked Phil Hill. Why do you do it again? Why do you take on the likes of Malathaat and Grade 1 Company? He said, because I think she's that good.
We will find out in 4 minutes' time as we approach post time. Looking at Malathaat, 1-2, looking for her third victory in her third try here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 67th running of the Juddmonte Spinster, Grade 1. They are at the post. And they're off in the Juddmonte Spinster. There goes Played Hard right out for the early lead. Played Hard immediately to the front, gets over to the rail. Here comes Latruska, though. Latruska's going to move up on her outside as they head into the first turn. Princess of Cairo, center of the track, goes in third. Malathaat is in fourth as they swing around that first turn. And further back, Army Wife, who now settles out to the back of the pack in the fifth position. In the meantime, Played Hard is the leader. Played Hard is on top only by a neck. Latruska is second by 3/4 of a length. And here's Princess of Cairo joining them third up on the far outside. Malathaat is in fourth. Army Wife last to the 5, 24.41 seconds. The time for that opening quarter. Latruska now puts ahead in front. Princess of Cairo to her outside, and Played Hard is there to her inside. Top three separated by a neck, midpoint of the back stretch, stalked every step of the way by Malathaat, who's in fourth by 2, and Army Wife is last. It was 47.9 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Latruska the leader. Latruska leading Princess of Cairo by a half length to the far turn. Played Hard is now third a half length. Here's Malathaat now, fourth up on the outside, just over 2 lengths from the lead, and then Army Wife is right behind her. On to the far turn. Latruska is the leader. Latruska on top, leads it by a length and a half. Here comes Malathaat. Malathaat starts gearing up on the outside, just over a quarter mile to go in the Juddmonte Spinster. Army Wife to third, Played Hard is in fourth, Princess of Cairo last, top of the stretch. Malathaat coming after Latruska. Army Wife tries to join them from the far outside. Malathaat the leader. Malathaat takes the lead, has it by 2, coming to the 8th pole. Army Wife second, Latruska drops back in third. Played Hard is fourth. Malathaat, final furlong of the Juddmonte Spinster, has the advantage out to nearly 5 lengths, 16th to go. Army Wife is second. No catching. Malathaat winning the Juddmonte Spinster for John Velasquez. It was Army Wife home second, Played Hard was third, Latruska was fourth, Princess of Cairo across the line in fifth.
Malathaat doing what she does, absolutely running these horses off their feet later. The further they go, the better she goes as she picks up another grade 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse and remains unbeaten, 3 for 3, adding the Juddmonte Spinster to her CV.
This was an incredible performance by an incredible filly, but also an amazing ride by a Hall of Fame rider in Johnny Velasquez. He could sense that it was a slow pace and that this filly can take a long time to get going, so he made sure that he was no more than about 2 or 3 lengths off of the leaders from the get-go until the end. And in the end, at the top of the stretch, you could just see the move that she made and how much horse Johnny Velasquez had underneath of him. I think it's easy to say that this really just keeps getting better and better. Malathaat, onwards to the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 9th race. Number 1, Malathaat was first. 2, Army Wife was second. 4, Played Hard was third. 3, Latruska was fourth. 1, 2, 4, 3, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 9th race official. 1, 2, 4, 3, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th race, 67th running of the Juddmonte Spinster Grade 1, number 1 Malathaat, owned by Shadwell Stable of Gregory Clark, trained by Todd Pletcher. 2 wins today for jockey John Velasquez. Malathaat, a 4-year-old filly by Curlin, out of Dreaming of Julia by APND, bred in Kentucky by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings, LLC. Keeneland $1 Million September Baby wins the Juddmonte Spinster in a time of 1 minute 51.05 seconds for the 9 furlongs over the fast main track. Results official. Now the trophy presentation for the Juddmonte Spinster, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Distaff Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Juddmonte Farms are Garrett O'Rourke and Dr. John Chandler. They present to the connections of Malathaat.
Malathaat strutting her stuff en route to the Breeders' Cup Distaff and the Grade 1 Juddmonte Spinster. Todd Pletcher, her conditioner, and Johnny Velasquez join me here on the turf course at Keeneland. Did you have a sense that the pace wasn't maybe as quick as you thought it was going to be as they were traveling down the backstretch?
I mean, at the first quarter of a mile, it's like, I know it's slow, though, you know. So then when the other horse got to more on the outside of Los Rascas, it's like, okay, at least he's going to put a little bit of pace. And he kind of held his position and going to the backstretch. But by the half-mile pull, I already had to make my decision whether I stay behind that horse or go around him and make sure I put a little bit of pressure in by the 3/8 pole. And I was telling Todd, I was like, I got there a little bit too soon. I was a little hesitant, you know, to get to the lead a little too soon. But by the quarter pole, I saw Tyler, he was still tapping on the horse. I said, you know what, I'm going to pass him, and hopefully I discourage him, and I'll do that. And And she kept running today. And normally when she gets to the lead, she really slow down. And she did, but at the same time, she kind of stayed focused, running a little bit. Right by the wire, she put one of hers. I don't know what she was going. She almost left me at the wire. But no, she was much of the best today.
Well done, Johnny.
Thanks to Todd and the whole team for a great job.
Yeah, Todd, this filly has been so brilliant over the course of her career. What's it like to keep her in this kind of form, this high-level kind of form that you have over the course of these seasons?
Well, what's great when you have one for their third year in training with you, you get to know them pretty well, and you kind of know what they like. And you could tell this year she's a bigger, stronger version of last year's self, and needed a little more training. And that's why last year we opted to go from the Alabama to the Breeders' Cup. We felt like with an older, more mature filly that's carrying more condition, that a prep race in between was appropriate.
What were you thinking as the pace was developing, or for the matter of fact, not developing like we thought it was over the course of this race?
Well, I was concerned there wasn't going to be a whole lot of pace on. My biggest concern was that Latruska might get loose on the lead, and when she wasn't, there was at least some entertainment there. I thought that helped, and it looked like Johnny was always very comfortable.
How nice is it to have the Breeders' Cup here at Keeneland?
Well, she seems to love the track here. She's 3 for 3 now, so that's always encouraging to know that one handles the surface well.
Well done. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
Todd Pletcher, Malathaat, perfect today in the Grade 1 Judd Mott Spinster.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. The turf is firm, temporary rail down today. Scratch the 1, Chantry Flats. Also scratch the 6, February Sun. Scratch 15, Market Off, and scratch 16, Western River. Again, scratch 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Also scratch 15, Market Off, and 16, Western River. A reminder, number 13, Celerity, draws into the race. Likewise, number 14, Blanket of Roses, draws into the race.
Check 1, 2. Yes, we do. Tenth and final on this opening weekend, Fall Stars weekend at Sunday, and we saw some shining stars over the course of these 3 days. Malathaat doing her thing again. We saw Golden Powell defending his home turf, and the winner is going to make himself one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf following that performance in the Bourbon Stakes. I know I'm missing Slammed, verifying she's a legitimate filly and mare sprint contender. I mean, really, this weekend delivered as it always does.
Yes, it did. And cherry on top with Malathaat. That was maybe one of her more impressive performances that we've seen lately. How loaded is Todd Pletcher this year for the Breeders' Cup? Nest, Malathaat, Life is Good, the juveniles from this weekend.
Forte, yep.
Forte. The list goes on and on.
Yeah, he's going to have a good weekend, it appears, coming up in a month's time here for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. All right, let's focus our attention on the 10th and final, a mile-and-a-half turf event, second-level allowance condition. Militarist, the number 2 horse, is 7-2 right now. That is short enough price to make him the favorite. Top selection for me, he's a half-brother to the Breeders' Cup champion, Little Mike, multiple Grade 1 winner, so the pedigree is there. We've seen him run so well on the grass. I think both you and I agree he looks like a better horse on turf when he races, and I think the mile-and-a-half might be something that unlocks maybe a career best type performance for this son of Liam's Map.
It could. I actually agree with you. I hadn't really thought of that, but maybe these longer distances will benefit him. I definitely agree with you that his better performances come on the turf, and he just ran out of real estate last time out. So we'll see what he can do at the mile-and-a-half, but I have a feeling it's going to be a good move for him.
Let's go to the outside one-night standards. Mike Maker, Paradise Farms, Flavian Pratt. We saw him put together a brilliant ride on, and the winner is from an outside draw. I would imagine that it'll be a similar approach because this colt likes to come from off the pace, and he comes in with good form as well.
Well, I looked to his race 2 starts back in January at Gulfstream when he ran a mile-and-a-half on the main track, and he finished a really good second that day. But the thing, more importantly, this horse has only raced twice this year, and it has really hasn't raced a lot in the past year in general. The fact that he won last time out and he comes back off of relatively short rest just a month later, I find that to be a really good sign, Scott. When horses are doing well, you can continue to run them, and I think he can continue that momentum today for Mike Maker.
Reigning Spirit, the 10, son of Warfront for Town & Country Racing, bred by Town & Country. He is a stamina horse. He is a staying horse. That's the bottom line. He likes to make a late move over the course of these mile-and-a-half runs if there's enough pace, but if there isn't, he can hold a position and maintain that position up close to the pace. So Joel Rosario has options to play with here with Reigning Spirit. You can't discount him with this distance especially.
And I don't know that he loved Kentucky Downs last time out, just watching the race. It's kind of a tale of two different horses because Mud Pie, who finished second in there, he likes Kentucky Downs. Reigning Spirit, I don't think that that's the case for him. So coming back to Keeneland, I know he doesn't have a lot of experience here, but it's a more conventional, traditional racetrack turf course. I like Reigning Spirit, actually. The more I think about it, the more I like him.
Mud Pie is the 8th. He likes Keeneland. He's yet to win at Keeneland, but he's 3 for 3 in the money. And back in October of last year, almost a year to the date, he was 3rd coming from off the pace. And I think he's another one, too, that could sit closer if need be in this situation. And Tyler Gaffleone, we say it all the time, he's so good on this turf course. And right now, 4-1, a very square price on a legitimate contender with the 8 Mud Pie.
I kind of have the opposite approach with Mud Pie because he hasn't won a race at Keeneland over this turf course, and he loves Kentucky Downs. He was second last time out at Kentucky Downs. If you look at the previous form, a win last September, a win in September 2020 at Kentucky Downs. So I almost think you want other horses coming out of those races.
And finally, we'll wrap up this paddock conversation with Point Me By. He's one of these horses that I just simply can't figure out. We saw him win the Grade 1 Bruce D Stakes last summer at Arlington Park, formerly the Grade 1 Secretariat. He has not won since. Was on board with him in that race back in April here at Keeneland. He ended up finishing 6th. He's run a couple of good races as of late, but I guess the change here is the added distance. He's never gone this far, and he has the pedigree on the top side, especially being by point of entry.
Well, I don't know that he has a huge turn of foot at this point of his career, so I think the added distance and his natural speed will help him be a little bit closer to the pace, and maybe he just has that staying power, that stamina to get it done today. But I don't know. I'm proceeding with a little bit of trepidation that this will be his best distance.
We Sias will be in the saddle. We're waiting for the riders up call for the 10th and final 1.5 miles, the distance on the grass course to close out this opening Fall Stars weekend at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Frankel. An allowance for 3-year-olds and up, 1.5 miles over the firm turf. Temporary rail is down today. No carryover for that Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 1, Chantry Flats. Scratch the 6, February Sun. Scratch 15, Mark It Off. And scratch 16, Western River. A reminder, number 13, Celerity, draws into the race. And number 14, Blanket of Roses, also draws into the race. 6 minutes to post.
We start with Militarist. He was my best angle this morning on Today at Keeneland to round out the card. 7-2 rather right now on the tote board. He really did perk up when he came out, showed some good energy when he was joining up with the pony and heading out for that warm-up. So he likes it here. We know that, and he is showing us that body language yet again.
Yeah, and I agree with what you said. I think the longer he goes, it's probably going to be better. Again, he's bred to do this, and all good signs from this horse on the track today.
No Slow Mo, the number 5 horse, 21-1. He caught your eye. What did you see from No Slow Mo?
And I talked about a Michael Puich horse yesterday that actually wound up winning. His horses are just really well turned out, and this one being one of them. I just thought he had a lot of class in the post parade. A couple of horses on their toes, but he just held his composure and looks very fit coming into today. Look, he might hit the board at 21-1. I'd be surprised if he won, but he looks very happy on the track today.
And then we'll move over to the number 9 runner in here. I thought he looked well as well. He was showing good energy out there. He is currently a big price, 37-1. Full Charge, son of Will Take Charge. He's never gone this far, so perhaps the stretch out in distance can do something positive for him. I just like the way that this Chestnut Colt looks out there at a big price.
I really think you can make some money in this race. There are some live long shots, so if you want to play some exactas, trifectas, superfectas, what have you, I think some of these long shots could definitely hit the board.
How about the $1 Toyota Super High 5, which is here in race number 10? Take a swing. Second level allowance company, good field, competitive field coming up to round out the weekend here at Keeneland Racetrack.
Chance, help him pack that horse.
They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Militarist from the inside. Sabolian and Point Me By right there in the opening strides as well. And no slow-mo moves up now. Militarist is going to back away toward the rail. Let the other three go at it here early on, heading onto that far turn the first time. Sabolian down to the inside has the lead against the rail by just a neck. Point Me By second by 3/4 of a length. No slow-mo, caught wide around the turn in third. Militarist is fourth. Mud Pie, a lane off the rail, in fifth. Awfully Naughty is racing along in the sixth position here early. Always Above toward the outside is in seventh. Full Charge back toward the inside is in eighth. One Night Standards is in ninth, in between horses, about 8 lengths off the lead here with one circuit to go. Further back, Celerity, Reigning Spirit, Blanket of Roses is last, and there goes No Slow-Mo to the front. Opening quarter went in 25.05 seconds. No Slow-Mo gets over to the rail, clear with the lead by a length. Point Me By now goes to second. Here's Mud Pie moving up on the outside from third. Sabolian gets the shuffle into fourth. Celerity picks up several positions, but it's going to be caught wide, heading back into the second of these three turns after an opening half mile in 50.71 seconds. No Slow-Mo, the leader. No Slow-Mo against the rail, leads it by a half length. Here's Celerity. Long Shot moves up on the outside to challenge for the lead. Point Me By is now third, 3 lengths off the front pair. Mud Pie fourth up on the outside. Sabolian fifth back toward the rail. And then Awfully Naughty comes next and is followed by Militarist, who's down toward the inside, 8 lengths from the front. One Night Standards alongside that one. Always Above moves by to their outside. Further back, it is Full Charge, Blanket of Roses, and Reigning Spirit after 6 furlongs in 1:16.21. Onto the final turn, Celerity right alongside of No Slow-Mo. No Slow-Mo against the rail, leads it by a neck. Celerity second by 2 lengths. And then comes Point Me By, third on the outside of Sabolian, and here's Mud Pie with a 3-wide swing around the far turn. Mud Pie out in the center of the course, starts picking up positions, comes to the front, now to challenge No Slow-Mo with a 1/4 mile to go. Celerity drops back in between that pair. Blanket of Roses tries to pick up the chase as they move through the stretch, as well as Awfully Naughty. Awfully Naughty now comes toward the outside. Militarist, where's he going to go? He's down toward the inside. Reigning Spirit is charging down the outside. Reigning Spirit coming after Awfully Naughty. Reigning Spirit is charging forward. Awfully Naughty is there. Reigning Spirit to the front. Reigning Spirit may have gotten his nose down on the line, either that one or Awfully Naughty in the nightcap.
It is a close one, and it's tough to call, especially with the sun setting here in Lexington, Kentucky. But it is between Awfully Naughty, who's on the far side, and the number 10 horse, who is charging down the nearest side of this group, Reigning Spirit, who may have just got up there as they hit that shadow on the turf course very close in the end. It amazes me, after a mile and a half, it comes down to a matter of inches, it seems, every time in these long-distance turf races.
From our perspective, Scott, it's really hard to tell because the sun is setting, there are shadows. We'll take another low-angle look at it as we're coming down to the finish line. I can barely tell anything from that angle, but I will say that the 10 had all the momentum on the outside, and the 7 on the inside, he fights hard. I don't know. That's going to be that's a photo.
Yeah, 7 gets the best bob he possibly could, but this is an ultra-close one, and now in the hands of the placing judges.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 10, Reigning Spirit was first. 7, Awfully Naughty was second. 12, One Night Standards third. 2, Militarist fourth. 11, Always Above fifth. 10, 7, 12, 2, 11, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 10th race in the winner's circle. Number 10, Reigning Spirit, owned by Town & Country Racing, LLC of Kiki Cortellis, trained by Al Stahl Jr. Joe El Rosario, the jockey. Reigning Spirit, a 5-year-old gelded son of Warfront, out of Upper Line by Maria's Mon, bred in Kentucky by Town & Country Horse Farms, LLC. 2 minutes, 28.68 seconds, the time for the 12 furlongs over the firm turf here this afternoon. Two wins for Al Stahl Jr., 2 for Joe El Rosario, and the results are now official for Keeneland's 10th race. 10-7, 12-2, 11, the official results. Trophy presentation for the Frankel. Caitlin Yellick, representing Juddmonte, presents to the connections of Reigning Spirit. Toyota Super High 5 will have a carryover of $7,947 when live racing resumes here on Wednesday. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6, Constellation 5 of 6, the late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with the Constellation 4 of 5. We thank you for being with us for this Fall Stars weekend. Again, live racing resumes on Wednesday. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Juddmonte, for Castle and Key, and for Keeneland Select, thank you and good evening. This reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any simulcast races scheduled to occur after that time. Thank you.